Thank you. Well, good evening. Let me welcome you all to the Design Review Commission meeting tonight on April 26th, Monday. It is now 6:31. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If I may have Vice Chair Ramo to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Great. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So, can I have the roll call, please, staff?
Roll call. Chairman Chang,
Present.
Vice Chair Romo,
Present.
Commissioner Nadolny,
Here.
Commissioner Salo,
Present.
Commissioner Tu.
So, such that we do have a full quorum. All five commissioners are here tonight, so we'll be able to conduct the meeting tonight as planned. Tonight's meeting is live streamed on cable channel 3 and also our online platforms. For the general public, please email all your public comments to drc-public-comment@sgch.org. That's drc-public-comment@sgch.org. No later than the time the item is considered by the Design Review Commission tonight. Comments received after the item has been considered will not be read into the record. Comments will be read by Assistant Erica Ortiz for up to 3 minutes each. To prevent any overlaps in comments, each commissioner will be called upon to speak. This is the public comment portion, and this is the time set aside for members of the public to address the Design Review Commission on items of interest that are not on the agenda, but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the Design Review Commission cannot answer any questions or take any action until such time as the matter may appear as an item on the future agenda. I'd like to ask Assistant Erica Ortiz if you have received any public comment so far.
No public comment for this item.
Thank you very much. Then we will go on to item number 2, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the Design Review Commission or public requests separate discussion. Is any of the Design Review Commissioners, would they like any one of them would like to pull any items for separate discussion? Hearing none, Erica, did you receive any questions from or requests from the public to pull any items?
No, we did not, Chair.
Okay, so hearing none, then we will act on the consent agenda, which I believe was the approval of minutes. I'd like to have a motion from the commissioners to move on acting on the consent agenda.
This is Vice Chair Romo. I'd like to move to approve the two items on the consent calendar. That's the minutes and 125 South Pine Street.
Thank you very much. Anyone second the motion, please?
This is Commissioner Tu, I second.
Thank you. It's been moved by my Vice Chair Romo and seconded by Commissioner Tu. Can we have a roll call, please?
Roll call vote. Commissioner Tu,
Yes.
Commissioner Salo,
Yes.
Commissioner Nadolny,
Yes.
Vice Chair Romo,
Yes.
Chairman Chang.
Yes.
Motion carried. Vote is 5-0.
So it's very good. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move on to public hearing. I would like to ask city staff to address this particular logistic of the public hearing.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chang. Good evening. Thank you for participating and tuning into tonight's Design Review Commission meeting. My name is Samantha Tiwasar, Planning Manager with the Community Development Department. There are 3 public hearing items tonight. Copies of the agenda and the staff report for tonight's hearing are available on the city's website at www.sangabrielcity.com. If you wish to comment on any of these items and are not the applicant, please email the public comments to drc-publiccomment@sgch.org no later than the time the item is considered by the Design Review Commission tonight. Comments received after items have been considered will not be read into the record. Any decision made by the Design Review Commission tonight is appealable to the City Council. The deadline for filing an appeal application concerning a decision made tonight is Monday, May 10th. Otherwise, any decision made tonight will be effective on Tuesday, May 11th. If you wish to appeal an application, please contact the project planner for the applicable application and fees. For each item tonight, staff will provide a summary of the staff report, followed by comments from the applicant. Then the public hearing will be open and the recording secretary will begin reading aloud the public comments that have been received during the hearing. Each comment will be read up to 3 minutes. After the public comments are read, the applicant is provided the opportunity to rebut if they choose. Prior to the close of the public hearing, the commission may ask questions of the applicant, staff, or the city architect. However, once the public hearing is closed, the opportunity for public comment has ended. Chairman, at this time, staff is ready to present item A.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item A, which is 603 Pearl Street, planning case number SPR 20-090, site plan review. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chairman Chang. Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. The first public hearing item before you tonight is a site plan review to propose a second-story addition to an existing single-family residence located at 603 Pearl Street, planning case number SPR 20-090. Slide number 2, please. The project site is located on the north side of Pearl Street between South Lafayette Street to the west and California Street to the east. Slide number 3, please. The 8,250 square foot lot is currently developed with a 1,554 square foot single family residence with an attached 2-car garage. The property is neighbored by other single family residences to the north, south, and west of the project site, as well as multifamily units to the east. Slide number 4, please. The property is zoned R1 for single family residential and has a general land use designation of low density residential. Slide number 5, please. The proposed project would be for a second story addition of about 1,182 square feet, which does not include the 44 square foot balcony, and would total up to 2,736 square foot residence. The first floor would also be remodeled. However, the existing 2-car garage is proposed to remain in the same location that it currently is at. Slide number 6, please. Thank you. The proposed project has an architectural style which is identified as a modernized Spanish colonial style, which helps it blend into the surrounding neighborhood. The main entry features thick columns and stone veneer that wraps around the columns as well as the rest of the front elevation. Both the windows and doors are provided with a trim surround that is the same color as the fascia board, and follows the same color scheme for the architectural style. The proposed massing has been articulated to help minimize the bulkiness of the project and reduce any massing, reduce the massing effects that it would have on the neighboring properties. Slide number 7, please. The proposed project was reviewed against the San Gabriel Municipal Code requirements for setbacks, parking, building height, lot coverage, floor area ratio, for example, and meets all the requirements. The project provides setbacks that are well within the requirements of the code. Slide number 8, please. The above map shows the radius of the 300-foot requirement that is required for noticing. It is also required that the applicant conduct a neighborhood analysis of the same 300-foot radius identified homes. Of the 56 homes within the 300-foot radius, 12 of them have been identified to have a 2-story structure. Of the 12, however, it does not include 522 Pearl, which is shown as number 44 on the map above. That was actually approved for a 2-story home in 2019, I believe, and that one is currently under construction. Slide number 9, please. The land use designation is low density residential, which would allow for this proposed project. The project also meets community design goal 10.3, which is to create designs that live and breathe with San Gabriel's neighborhoods as they themselves live and breathe. Slide number 10, please. This proposed project is exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, per guideline section 15303, class 3, for new construction or conversion of small structures. Slide number 11, please. Public noticing was done for the project tonight in the following ways. Mailed notices were sent out to the property owners within the 300-foot mailing radius. Notice was posted at the project site, which is shown in the image above. The agenda was posted at City Hall, the post office, library, and on the city's website, as well as a posting in the an issue of the San Gabriel Sun newspaper. Slide number 12, please. And it is with that staff recommends that the Design Review Commission adopt a resolution of the Design Review Commission of the City of San Gabriel, California, approving planning case number SPR 20-090 for a site plan review at 603 Pearl Street to add a new 2nd-story addition to an existing single-family residence, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. This will conclude staff's presentation. Staff just wants to let the commission know that we have our city architect on the line, and as well as the project applicant, and I believe the owners are also on the line for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. I'd like to, I would have the commissioners to clarify if they have any questions for staff. Commissioner Two, any question for staff?
No, I don't have questions for staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo?
Yeah, I have one question. For the R1 standards for the development standards, I didn't see listed there the side yard setback. And I know this project is an existing on the ground floor, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure. So there's actually a couple options for the side yard setback. So first floor is 6 feet on each side. However, it has to equal up to a total of 16 feet. So that would be one side 6 feet, the other side 10 feet. Like you said, this one is already existing with those existing parameters. For the second story, there's the option of 10-foot setback to the second story portion, or meeting a 45-degree angle, which this project does. It's basically measuring up from the property line 10 feet and drawing a 45-degree angle plane and making sure that the project or the building does not encroach into that 45-degree plane.
Okay, so the existing condition on the west side where they have a 3-foot 2-inch side yard setback, that's, I know that's existing, but I guess that's allowed going forward.
Yes, that is allowed because they're not expanding on that portion of they're not increasing that square footage on the first floor and continuing that 3-foot 2-inch.
Got it, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nadoni, any question for staff?
No questions.
Right? Vice Chair Rama, any question for staff?
No questions.
Thank you. I don't have any question for staff also. So I'd like to now open up the public portion of the meeting. I'd like to invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to step forward to do your presentation or address the commissioners. Please identify your name and your address for the record.
Hi, my name is Sandra Flores, and the address is 603 Pearl Street. And good evening. Well, we're...
Are you property owner?
No, I am actually the applicant.
Okay.
Yes.
The applicant meaning you are the designer or you are the representative of
Yes.
the owner? Or
No. The designer.
you're the designer. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay. Good. So you want to have any further presentation to the commission?
No, it's actually... no. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you don't have anything more to add based on staff report? That's all you have?
No, it's actually, it's actually complete. The design consider all that. For instance, one of the concerns also was the setbacks. We actually meet all the setbacks within the 10 feet and also the 45 degrees that we talked about right now. Other than that, we just want to make this house beautiful.
All right.
Mhm.
Okay, so let me ask the commissioners, do you have any question for this particular? Oh, by the way, do you have anybody else want to speak for or about the project from this application?
No, not at this time, no.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, let me go to the commissioners then. Commissioner Tu, you have any question for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Tu. I have a question. Is there any work to be done for the landscaping? I do see on the site plan there's a new pathway Oh, it says, yeah, a new pathway and have a little pedestrian gate from the front gate, but it doesn't show in any of the renderings. So I was wondering how this front fence and the gate would be treated, and if there's anything we can see from the drawing. And I also noticed that there would be like an existing tree to be removed in the existing yard. Is any other trees to be planned, like to replace it, or is gonna to be gone completely? Oh, that's my question.
Sandra,
Okay, yes, we are doing landscaping. We have actually presented a landscaping plan. And we are treating the we are actually presenting a new walking or sidewalk, not sidewalk, but a walkway, because there is none right now, so we need to provide one. It'll be already on the property, along the property. There's already existing columns, so that's going to be renewed. And then there's also already there iron fencing that will be treated, how do you call it? Repainted so that we make it look nice. Let me see. In regards to the planting, yes, there will be more planting. In regards to the tree, I can't recall exactly which one is the one that is being removed, but we are providing new planting for landscaping. Yes, yeah, we are doing landscaping.
so
Yeah.
I think we need to be a little bit more specific on that. Do you know how many trees are coming out due to the remodeling, and how many trees are you putting back?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware that we are removing. I don't recall. I'm sorry. I left the office, so I don't have the plan in front of me. But I'm not sure that we are removing any trees. But I know we are presenting new landscaping plans. New landscaping all around. We did present the landscaping plan to the city. They were reviewed, and we didn't actually receive any comments back with that.
Oh, I do see
We are doing a new. We are actually, presenting a new landscaping.
Yes, I do see the landscaping plan, and in the legend, it says existing fruit tree to remain, but it's hard to find which tree is being remain on the landscaping plan. So it's not clear.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, fine. I think we can make a note of that. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, we can send you guys a landscaping plan with more clarification on that.
Yeah, it will probably help, because that landscape plan, even though it's prepared by the architect, looks very much like a very schematic plan without identification of the.
So we did send a landscape architect did our landscaping plan. So I submitted that along with the set of plans. So
yes, there's a landscaping
is
plan, but the
what was
legend.
that? I'm sorry?
I think that's okay. I think it just further clarify what is being replaced and what is being planned as design.
Okay. We're not gonna make a note of that so that maybe planning staff can follow up on that L1 landscape plan, because it is basically kind of unclear, and unfortunately Sandra cannot answer The landscape architect is not on the phone, is he? Mr. Yi?
No, she's not.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll leave with that. Do you have any further question, Commissioner To?
I just have a general comment. The photorealistic render is actually pretty small, and I can't really see how this design been fitting into the surrounding due to the size of the image and also the way it's presented. The trees is blocking up the building, so I wish can have a better representation of the building design. From the elevation alone, it seems like the design was well put together, but just the render itself is not really like really not presenting the design really well. So that's my comment on the design. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Salo?
Yeah, my first comment is that I think the design does a good job from the front elevation of not making the proposed project look like an addition. So it looks very natural. I commend the designer for that. I do have a question about, again, on the west elevation where they have the 3-foot setback from the existing fence. You know, that wall is pretty monolithic and it's only 3 feet back from the 6-foot fence. And looking at the landscape plan, I see a 1 gallon and 5 gallon planting. So my only recommendation would be if we can get some trees there that can grow taller than 6 feet so that, you know, that they can complement the west elevation so that you would see the 6-foot fence, some vegetation, and then the house. I think that would go a long way toward making the house look a lot nicer. That is a, thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Downey.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. On the roofing material, is this all going to be a brand new roof?
Yes.
Okay. And I see you're using some kind of solar shingles. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. One question I have, another question. There seems to be a fireplace between the garage and the existing living room. Are you planning on dismantling that and the existing fireplace and the flue? Because right now the flue would go through your family room on the 2nd floor.
Yes, that's going to be the existing fireplace will be replaced.
Replaced or eliminated?
Well, we're going to eliminate it, but actually we're looking into, owner is looking into putting an electrical one.
Which would not need any kind of flue, correct?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Okay. Are all the windows going to be replaced or with new?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the garage door?
That will be replaced as well.
Okay. As far as the landscape plan, it looked like the landscape plan I had seen showed about 15 fruit trees and 2 existing bottle brush trees on the parkway, the city parkway, and those are to remain, correct?
The trees on the parkway, yes, those are to remain.
Also the 15 fruit trees that you show on your plan, those are to remain also?
On the back, yes.
There also appear to be 4 of them in the front. Will those remain?
Yes, that will remain too.
Okay, so the only tree you're planting, just to confirm, are 2 trees, 2 new trees. One will be a 24-inch box, and one will be a 15-gallon, correct?
I'm sorry, I can confirm that information since I don't have the landscaping plan in front of me.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
but it does, yeah, just from your memory, maybe you're adding 2 trees. You think
Yeah,
that's
from
about
memory,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm,
Okay.
yes, all right.
All right, I think actually, we didn't hear from the city architect, but I think what you've done is an improvement to the project or to the building, to the existing residents. So I have no issues with it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Nadoni. Vice Chair Ramo.
Yes, I do just have a couple of comments. When the balcony wrought iron work, when you look at the east elevation and the north elevation, the iron work doesn't necessarily match. And I think on the east elevation, it should just be plain wrought iron bars versus having the diamonds in the bars that are shown there on the east elevation. When you look at the north elevation, that's the more decorative front, and the iron bars there are just vertical without the diamond shape. Do you see that?
Yes.
You want to clarify the image?
Let me see. Yes, I agree. The one that is more decorative should stay, and then make the other ones
Just
more
vertical
simple.
bars.
Yeah,
I think
vertical. Yeah, you're right.
just
Yeah.
vertical, because
Mhm.
with the decorative, it's more circular and scrolly, and it doesn't match the diamonds there.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, we'll consider that.
And then my second comment is a follow-up on Commissioner Chu's comment regarding the front gate and treatment. You said that you're just going to paint the existing wrought iron and leave the concrete columns. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. Is it possible to powder coat the existing wrought iron? Only because that's going to give you something, a more long-term finish than just doing some type of hand painting.
Okay.
Those are my 2 comments. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Ramo. Yeah, most of the items that I spotted were being picked up by the commissioners. I just want to make sure that the staff had the opportunity to look at the landscape plan. It appears to me from reading the L1 plan, looks like they're proposing 2 additional trees, one 15-gallon, one 24-gallon. By looking at the final plan, though, there's a lot of trees in the front yard, backyard, and the middle. I don't know whether the applicant had the chance to understand that. If we are going to hold the final landscape plan to your planting plan, that means if it's not there, then you need to plant it. I don't know whether, because what they're saying is that it's existing, but I don't know if those are truly that many trees in the backyard. There are 5, 10. There are 10 trees shown in the backyard on the plan, and they did not identify which one is the new one, the 24-inch box and the 15-inch box. So I would, if we were to approve it tonight, I think one of the conditions is to have planning staff to verify the existing trees and where the new trees are going, and if the existing trees are staying, identify those trees and they're not to be damaged during construction. That's, I guess, one of the areas that I think we need to touch. Again, the balcony, they really should be matching on the two elevations. Other than that, I think overall it will be an improvement to the project site, and I think it's a good one to have. So, except those just a couple areas that we identified. Do you want to have any other comments, applicant, to address to the commission based on what you hear on the comments?
No, we are going to clarify for you guys the landscaping plan, and we'll make the adjustments for the iron over on the balcony.
Okay,
So we'll do those changes. It should be fine.
very good. All right. So, if anyone else representing the applicant want to speak to the commission. Hearing none, I will then for the public comments. Erica, did you receive any comments on the property at this time?
No, Chair, no public comment for this item.
Thank you. It is now 7:09, and it's a time to close the public comments for this item. Any city staff or other staff have any comments on this application?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Chang. This is Assistant Planner Alvarado. Just wanted to kind of touch base on the landscaping plan again. So the 10 trees that are shown in the back, according to the legend, those are the existing fruit trees. As far as the 2 new trees that are being planted, the 24-inch box tree is to be located along the west property line, in between where the house is and the 2 existing trees along the west property line.
Okay.
And the 15-gallon tree is to be located along the eastern property line. So according to the landscaping plan, all the rest of the trees are existing fruit trees.
Okay.
But yeah, staff could definitely add a condition of approval that we could, work with the applicant to clarify and, finalize something for the landscaping plan.
Yeah, it would probably make sense for them to make every effort to protect those existing trees during construction. And then identify those 2, which you said the larger one is on the west property line and the smaller one is along the easterly property line. But I don't know is the one in the middle land, the concrete area, or the one at the house in front of the bathroom. I don't know which one is the one that you refer to. I think the one in the bathroom on the easterly property line, is that the new one?
Yes, that is one of the new ones. That's the 15-gallon.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so thank you for clarifying this. That's good. To the applicant, do you have any remarks or comments you want to address the commission?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now the public portion of the meeting is closed, and it is time for commissioners' closed deliberation discussion. So Commissioner Tu, what is your feeling on this project?
I think the applicant did a good job in terms of the facade treatment, and generally speaking, the color scheme is pretty nice. I think it's a improvement to the property. Yeah, I think I would like to approve the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo?
Yeah, I think we're okay to approve the project. I do want to make one comment following up on something that Commissioner Nadolny had mentioned. That roof product has no equal substitute, and it's wildly expensive. So down the road, if it comes to a point where they may want to switch it out due to budget concerns, I think maybe we need to have something, a suitable alternative pre-approved at this juncture instead of at that point. Because it's a one of a kind kind of product, and I think it's like 1,000, it's like 10 times more expensive. It's like 1,000% markup on the regular roof. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadoni?
No additional comments, and I agree with Commissioner Salo that yeah, an alternate roofing product should be looked at. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rama?
I'd like to comment on the dedication of the owner of the property, who really wants to have and retain 15 fruit trees on their property. That's something admirable, to have that many trees on their property, just the fruit trees alone. And then adding the carrot wood that's going to add a substantial canopy to the back, and then the second shade tree along the east side. So I think the applicant has shown respect for the existing trees, and will hopefully retain and nurture the trees as they grow. I think overall it's a good project, and it's fitting for the neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the comments made. I just want to make one more comment for the applicant to consider. Since you are replacing all the window, you're replacing practically the entire roof. It's going to come out like a brand new house. For the front yard, looks like you put very little effort in making that front yard to go along with what the rest of the project is. You got a brand new house. We're maintaining all the existing trees. You're adding additional landscaping in the middle of the house. But it looks like very little effort is being put in the front yard gate and all of that. So you may want to consider rebalancing that whole thing, so the house looks like a brand new house when it's all said and done. Yes, I can support the project. I just want you to pay some attention to the front yard development, because that really is important. Once you get the house built and it's looking beautiful, and then the pilaster, the fence, the gate, and all of those, it does not go with the house. So you may want to consider. Okay. So, anyone else has any further comment? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval on this project.
This is
Yeah, this
Commissioner
is
Nadolny.
Commissioner. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I move to approve.
Thank you.
Let's second.
Moved by Nadoni, seconded by Salo. Roll call, please.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Tu,
Yes.
Commissioner Salo,
Yes.
Commissioner Nadolny,
Yes.
Vice Chair Roma,
Yes.
Chairman Chang.
Yes.
The motion is passed. Vote is 5-0.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the project. And we'll go on to item B, 860 East Valley Boulevard, pending case number PPD 14-141, precise plan of design. Staff report, please.
Yes, Chairman and members of the Design Review Commission. If we can go to slide number 2, please. Yes, the subject site is located at the southwest corner of East Valley Boulevard and Charlotte Avenue. The property is zoned mixed-use corridor, MU-C, and has a general plan land use designation of commercial specific plan. On January 23rd of 2017, the Design Review Commission reviewed a proposed 4-story mixed-use development with approximately 9,000 square feet of commercial space and 49 residential units on the 38,000 square foot lot, and the public art for the project was also reviewed. At that meeting, the commission approved the project design with the condition that the public art be brought back with additional information on the lighting and attachment details. As visible in the aerial view, the construction permits were issued on October of 2019, and all the existing structures were removed on the property. The subterranean parking garage has since been constructed, and the building framing is currently occurring on the property. Slide number 3, please. As shown in the rendering, the proposed public art, and this is the same rendering that was presented in 2017, is proposed to be installed on the north tower corner facing Valley Boulevard and the east elevation wall that leads to the retail parking area on Charlotte Avenue. The proposed art visible from Valley Boulevard will include 36 varieties of sculptural leaves with images of skies as seen from each leave's country of origin. On Charlotte Avenue, 12 leaves will be installed, visible to pedestrians as well as from the street. Slide number 4, please. The proposed art will be large-scale leaves cut from thin-gauged aluminum, curled slightly into natural forms and attached to the building. Each leaf will have a printed image on both sides of the aluminum. And as mentioned on Valley, the leaves will have sky images. Slide number 5, please. And on Charlotte, the leaves will begin with the view of the stars and universe. And as the leaves descend, the images will include aerial views closer and closer towards the city of San Gabriel. The image closest to the ground will be of the mixed-use building itself. And the aerial views will be historical aerial photos of the city. Slide number 6, please. As detailed in attachment D, the leaves will be mounted on aluminum tubes and screwed directly onto the building wall. The wiring will run either behind the stems or in the case of the hollow stems within it. And in a few of the locations, the wiring will go behind the leaf to continue to the next leaf. The LED lights will be attached to the back of the leaves, and the wiring will then run through the tubing and then to the power source. The evening view of the art will have a soft back glow that outlines the silhouette of the leaves and stems. Slide 7, please. Again, the land use for the property is commercial specific plan, and according to the city's general plan for new developments, public art featured is a required amenity. Slide number 8. And the project is categorically exempt per CEQA guidelines, class 3, new construction or conversion of small structures. Slide number 9. Staff is recommending that the Design Review Commission adopt the resolution approving PPD 14-141 for precise plan of design at 860 East Valley Boulevard for a public art integral to a mixed-use development, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions as well as the project applicants. And this concludes staff's report.
Thank you, Samantha. Time for commissioners to give questions to staff. Commissioner 2, any question? What's that?
I do have a question for the applicant.
Oh, okay. Now it's for staff. So let's
not for the staff.
The applicant is we wait until the applicant is presented.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Stalo.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that this project was previously approved, and so was this artwork, or was this artwork component new to the commission?
The artwork, the design of it, as shown in the rendering, was reviewed by the design commission. So the design itself was rendered and reviewed by the commission, but at that time it did not include the installation and the lighting detail that is presented as part of attachment D this evening. And it was conditioned that these details be brought back for the design review commission to review. So this is almost a continuation of that initial review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadoni?
No questions for staff.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rama?
No questions?
Yeah. I guess my quick question is that I guess at the time when project was presented, I don't think we have made a decision on the art program. I think this is, like you said, is a continuation. I guess city staff had checked the amount of the art presented qualified the project under the requirement of the public art portion of the budget. Does it? Have you looked into
that is something that the applicant can confirm as well.
I see. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. So we'll ask I'd like to now open up the public portion of the meeting. Is the applicant here to present? And also, please give us your name and address to identify yourself.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. This is the applicant, Runjun Saklani. I am from LTRA Architects and Planning. I do have Rafi again from my team, and also the artist commissioned for the project, Kim Abilis. And we are happy to answer any questions regarding just the prior statement. The art was approved. The only two items that were not detailed at that time were the installation detail and the lighting. So we have incorporated all those details. The artist has prepared a prototype and installed the lighting and seen, how the lighting works. And those are the extra details that we have incorporated with this today's presentation. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer.
Yes. All right. So let me go to the commissioners for the question. Commissioner Chu, question for the architect or designer.
Oh, yes. I have a couple questions. There's on the elevation drawing, it shows there's a hardware on those leaves. Are those hardware that is behind the metal, the aluminum panel? What kind of hardware is that? Is that a connection detail?
That's correct. Kim, would you like to address that?
Oh, sure. Hi, I'm Kim Abeles, the artist. Yeah, the hardware is to be specially made for this purpose. It will allow the leaves to come out from the wall 2 inches. And I believe that answers your question. The only thing I will add also, what happens is the hardware gets placed onto the building with blocking behind it. And then the leaves actually get riveted to that hardware. So that'll get painted over because they'll be very small, those rivets. So the hardware really won't be showing it all on the final leaves. Does that answer your question?
I was just curious because if you only have 2 inches, I was wondering how this installation can be done when this prey is behind your leaves, and the red is it have to have some sort of maneuver space for the installation to happen. And that's why I was curious if those can be seen from the front of your leaves. That would have impact to the effect.
No, it won't be seen in that way. And so in other words, the hardware goes up first and then the leaves go up. And those leaves are riveted to that specially made hardware.
Okay, I see. The second question is what color are those conduit? You call out is like those tap, right? Those are the conduit for you to run the electrical wires, right?
Yeah, it'll be a little larger of a diameter than a conduit like you might see inside a house, but the principle is similar. And those are going to be powder coated, and they're going to be specially powder coated so that the color of them shifts into the color of that particular leaf. So similar to the way the sky is often different colors, you know, some will be a little more toward blue and some maybe more toward gray, and the stems get powder coated to blend into the leaf that it attaches to.
Okay.
So they will, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I just wonder, it's like, so it depends on which leaves attached to. Is similar pattern to the leaves itself.
Yeah, not so much the pattern, but the color the primary color that's picked up by that particular leaf. So basically, all those stems will be some sort of sky color, but with some variation to it as it travels up the wall.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Stalo.
Yeah, I have a question for the artist. So when you went about selecting the colors for the art piece, could you discuss a little bit about how you selected those colors and in relationship to the color palette of the building? Thank you.
Oh, sure. So the colors of the sky are actually based on photographs of skies where these trees are located. On the site 1 that has that north and slightly east corner to it at the north end of the building, those leaves are based on research I did of the oldest living trees in the world. So each of those tree leaves that represents a tree, it's a tree that's at least 1,000 years old. Some of them, like the aspens, are like 30,000 years old because of the type of tree they are. So the colors are then, wherever that location is, I need to find the sky, and I've purchased the skies where that tree is located. So there will be a legend for this piece so that the viewer, if they want to really know more about how it's working, it's, you know, they can enjoy the beauty of it, but they can also learn a little bit about the tree and how old it is and its location in the world. So for the person, the pedestrian on foot that's more curious about what they're seeing, they will have the opportunity to see that.
Okay, any another question? Any other question from Salo?
No, I just think, yeah, thank you for the explanation. I just think what would be helpful is an illustration of the art piece and the building both in color on the same drawing. And I don't know how difficult that is to achieve. I know it's two different designers, but because right now I have to kind of look at them and try to imagine them together. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Nadoni.
Yes, you had mentioned to the artist, you had mentioned a legend. Do you have an idea where that may be located so somebody could take a look? Will it be on the building itself at pedestrian level, or will it be in the pavement?
It will be pedestrian, like eye level, and we're trying to sort out where that would be. It'll basically be like a closed case that doesn't necessarily have to be on the building, but definitely adjacent to the building.
Okay, all right, that'll be great. I just a couple of questions on the pieces themselves. What is the thickness of the aluminum, and is it pretty durable?
Yeah, in fact, we're going with a thicker aluminum than was originally planned. It's like it's a 0.9 is what they refer to it as. Let me look at my camera. Let's see. I would call it, it's between like a 16th and an 1/8.
Okay.
So it's got some, originally I was going with something thinner than I've used before, and they actually aren't producing it anymore. So the slight curling that will happen on some of the leaves, that will actually be done by the fabricator while they're working on, they'll be laser cutting the leaves and also doing those curls and then putting the imagery on it. It's a process called Alto, which is actually a digital image that is fused onto aluminum and then on there. And it's the kind of signage you see a lot of times now in parks and public spaces with informational signage.
Okay. That sounds great. My question was going to be on if there's going to be some kind of curvature. But the only issue I have is when I look at your elevation, it seems to be that there's a lot of posts. So in the posts, the way you've shown your attachment, the leaf needs to be flat at those locations at the posts. So the only curvature you're going to get is at the very end, correct?
That's right. Like here and there, okay. with that, to just curl them. But I think altogether, you will get a sense they're not a flat leaf, but that they have some volume to it.
And the underside of the leaf, will that be a natural aluminum or will that be painted?
No, actually what I'm doing is we did some experimentation at this place because of the leaves curling. I wanted to make sure that the sky photograph that's on the front is the same one on the back, so that when it curls, you're actually seeing that sky continue.
Okay, so you're going to have the same image on the backside then too.
Yeah, just just for those moments when that leaf curls over, there should be a little bit of a feeling like this is really the sky, that it's that the leaf is nearly carrying the sky from one part of the world to the next.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The only, the other, these are again, are just kind of practical comments, but on your north elevation, it looks like some of these square posts where you're attaching to the building are very close to the corner. And I would just be very cognizant of getting them too close to the corner, so you actually see that box, you know, that 2-inch box.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The other thing too is that, yeah, I see that you've got blocking in the wall, and maybe this is something for the architect and the contractor to concern themselves with, but it seems to be like there will be a lot of blocking because you've got a lot of posts. So I hate to stratify or make sure the blocking, you know, the posts have to hit the blocking in some form, and what that does, it takes away your free form idea. So there's got to be a good coordination with that. But otherwise, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to be. And I do like your concept of going to the locations and getting that sky.
Oh, thank you.
We don't know what, you know, we don't know what the color is going to be, right? But they're going to be images of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, it's general sky colors, but you know what I'm saying, that there's shades of blue generally, but you know how our own sky, sometimes it's very vibrant and sometimes it's a little more toward gray. So I think the variety will lend itself. It's the rhythm that the leaves are making as they go up the building. So I think those changes will add to the complexity of the way it looks.
And this, I guess this is my last question, is for the architect, just to give us an idea. I'm not sure if you had a rendering for the actual colors of the building itself. Could you just kind of give us, you know, especially where these leaves are going to be applied? What's the back color of the wall there?
We do have, yes, Rafi, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so the building mainly is cream colors. We got white, we got light beiges. The windows will be a bronze color. So it's more earth tones. And so we were thinking this would be a nice contrast in relationship to that. So it's mainly a brown background, beige background, and then these will be popping up from the face of the walls.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rama. Vice Chair Rama.
Just one comment and then a couple of questions. My comment is congratulations to the artist. I think you have come up with an innovative way to portray the public art on the building that's very innovative and eye-catching. My questions are regarding the lighting and their lifespan. The lights that go behind each leaf that will give the leaf that halo effect when the light is on. Do you have a sense of how long those lights will last?
Yeah, and first, thanks for your compliment. I appreciate that. Yeah, the lights are they're made by GE. They're called Tetramax. They're used quite a bit now in different signage situations, and they're very low energy, of course, and they last 50,000 hours. So the durability is long, and you know, I would imagine, or at least my recommendation will be that a lot of times when artworks are on buildings like this, they don't necessarily stay lit all night long. I think that's really up to, you know, the consensus of what people want. But I think the idea is these are on a timer, and once nightfall hits, that's when they turn on, of course. And sometimes with projects I've done, they set the timer so that about two in the morning they go off again.
Sorry, you did say about 50,000 hours on the light?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
those are LED lights, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's
Question.
in
Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead.
okay. Sorry. Oh, it's
Sorry,
this was tell you the brand. Yeah.
I unfortunately my internet went away as you were explaining the length of hours you're recommending. I think what's going to be needed for the lighting is a good maintenance plan. Um, have you thought about how that maintenance plan, if the lights burn out, how they will be refreshed and reinstalled?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, maintenance plan is really one thing that that is part of a proposal in a project like this. As it is right now, the lights would last for 25 years. I did the calculation on that, assuming that we're talking about, a limited time through the evening that they're on, not like in the middle of the night. And in order that these go onto the back of the leaves with an adhesive that will then also have a silicone on them to further secure it. So in order for those to be put, to be exchanged, somebody could from the front of the leaf put that back on again. But really they would be removing the smartest way would be to remove the leaf in order to put the new lights on.
Yeah, I think that maintenance plan is going to be a vital aspect when we see buildings come up. It's a minimum 50-year lifespan of a building, and I think if we're fortunate, this public art will last 100 years, and you have to look at the need to change out the lights periodically. And I think having that maintenance plan clearly articulated in writing, and that is going to be something that the building owner is going to commit to in the future.
Yeah, definitely understood. Thank you.
Thank you. No other comments?
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of basic questions. I want to understand I like the idea. I like your being very innovative. Is there any part of this artwork at the more human scale level, in the pedestrian level at all, or it's all above 16 feet?
Originally it went lower, but I think the idea was a consideration about vandalism, I think is, as I understood it, from when we first discussed this project originally. So the idea was that they wouldn't be, low like that because of vandalism, basically. But these leaves are like average like 4 feet long, so they're fair size. I think it'll be very readable in that way. Now the legend I mentioned, that will be eye level.
I guess because I'm looking at your rendering on page 3, it's on the screen now.
Uh-huh.
Do you see that when you drive by? Or do you see it when you walk by? I want to make sure that we are achieving what you ultimately really trying to achieve. We're doing a very fluid, dynamic piece of art on a rigid corner. And unless it's handled correctly, I'm a little worried about it may defeat your original intent and purpose. I want to make sure that somehow we need to pay attention as to how are we going to fabricate and manage it so that the construction, the detailing doesn't look tacky, because you're trying to grow a basically a large vine on a flat wall with all the different leaves with different color and with lighting, which is all great ideas. But can we achieve that final outcome that you envision become a real challenge to the construction and the implementation team? So that's one of my concern. 2, if you walk by the building, I hope they would be able to enjoy that public art piece. Or is there any way at all? I know we're not trying to bring it all down. Is there some way in the correct location is to have something repeat of what you did? Maybe even show a sample leaf, have something there to identify that what this artwork is all about. I'm just thinking out loud whether there is a correct location that people can walk by when they enter the project. They see something is going on and they look up, it's on the building. So that may help. And also, all depending on how the backlighting work. If the colors are mainly in the front of the leaf, have you considered any downlight or uplight that can light it up in the evening hours, that they can see it when they drive across the street? Because if you just rely on the backlit light, you only see a silhouette and you see a bunch of black stuff in the shape of a leaf, and then with some lighting behind, some halo effect behind it, you lose all your color, your sky color, your leaf color, and all of that. So have you considered that? Will you be able to achieve that through the backlit lighting?
Well, actually, I appreciate your comments, because these are the sort of things I was thinking about when I was, because I tried out that halo lighting. For me, I like that in the day and in the evening, it had a different impression. That it was these floating odd shapes of these leaves illuminated. But the thing I also, to further answer what you're saying, there's a lot of ambient light in the city. And even though that's not what you're suggesting with a light shooting up toward it or down, the fact that all that ambient light is there will allow some of that sky to be there, but it will be more like an evening than more like they will be more in silhouette than the color that you'll see in the day. So I sort of like that it had a different personality day to night.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, so okay, you like to have a different feeling during different hours, and I understand that.
Yeah, but may I add something? I'm not opposed to the idea of a light, being toward it, but also people live in those spaces, so I don't know how that that would work, you know, the with them having additional light that's maybe shooting up from the bottom or from the top. So I think for me that was another consideration, realizing that people are actually living in those spaces.
I see. Okay, that's a valid concern. Any possibility that you can bring it to a more of a human scale in this pedestrian level at all? The rendering to the very left, I don't know if these are in the upper portion. Are they all up above 16 feet? Because your first floor is, I believe, is 16 feet before you get to the second level. It looks like you start from that level on up in the residential area. So the commercial area, this artwork is not there at all. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that's right now. And Ranjan or Rafi, I don't know if you want to address that issue.
It's about 18 feet from where the artwork is starting, as it's shown right now.
Right, correct. So 18 feet is practically a 2-story high residential floor. And so you're looking at, you walk, when you walk on the sidewalk, if something happened to you 18 feet above, the likelihood that you will really see it in that distance, you're not going to see much of it at all. I'm just a little worried because the sidewalk is not that wide. Unless you're across the street, you're probably enjoying it a little bit more. I haven't been able to visualize it either through rendering or in the correct angle and see how that would look like, because your rendering is showing a small piece of the art, but how that piece of art relate to the entire building in its totality is not there. So have you tried that and work on the actual location and see how it looks like in the overall rendering point of view?
This is Runchun. We haven't done that, but we could definitely look at it. And I also wanted to add that there is a second site on Charlotte Avenue. We have the sky leaves at a lower level. And that's the site too. I don't know if it's included in this, but it's on the parking pedestrian entrance on Charlotte Avenue. And there the lowest leaf is it's about 7 to 8 feet from the finished floor.
Yeah,
and there will be.
It seems to be people, a pedestrian can relate to it. Something this large, 3 or 4 feet wide leaf, they're not going to damage it. I just, when we, over the years, when we approve a larger scale public art project, we always try to look at that public art piece in its totality to the entire project, because maybe by itself, it looks beautiful related to 4 units there, but does it really look like that it is a public art benefiting the citizen of St. Gabriel? I think this commission is charged to make sure that whatever art project you put in, and it's a great idea, and I just want to make sure that the location where you choose and the implementation detail and the height and the lighting really serve the best job of your concept. I want to share that with you. Otherwise, once it's gone down the wrong path, it's all the money wasted and it doesn't do the right job, and it's impossible to repair something like this. Once it's in, it's in.
Chair Cheng,
yes.
If I not to interrupt, but maybe the legend could be designed in such a way that it maybe it's a small replication of the leaves as they climb, so it's not just a plaque, if you will, but something that is a little bit more responds to the piece itself.
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful. The legend itself kind of tells a story, and then if they're interested in it, then they can really stand back and observe how all these beautiful pieces are made and why, and the color, the location, the age. I think all of those are very good information. But for somebody to walk by and they say, well, somebody just throw some color on some metal, I just hate to see that disappear. So yeah, I appreciate that comment.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how the rest of the commission feel, whether we should see a full rendering of the entire project and see where all these art pieces are going. Are they there? Do we know where they're going? I maybe I didn't follow up on the entire presentation completely. Are we having in 3 or 4 locations? How many of these columns are we having? But they all cut in pieces, and I couldn't relate one corner to the other. Can the architect?
Yeah, they're in the location that you're seeing on your screen right now with image 3, and also around the corner on Charlotte are the examples that start in sort of outer space, and then the imagery comes closer and closer to this location in San Gabriel, in addition to a historical image of, when San Gabriel had farms and so on. There's a real beautiful etching that I can use on one of the leaves. It's in the archive for San Gabriel.
No, I think that, no, I understand. The concept is great. But do we have a site plan that identify where these artwork are? Does architect have something to show us on the site plan, so we know which corner has it?
In the initial presentation in 2017, it was included, and because since this was supposed to be just installation and lighting presentation, we did not. Samantha, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have a site plan in this package highlighting the 2 sites. But we can definitely share it with the staff and with the commissioners. It was there in the initial.
Well, I just read through the minutes of the approval back then. The artwork was not to be considered that night. So we heard some concept of what you're going to be doing, but when we act on something that we do is not part of the consideration that night, I personally, I don't think Commissioner Nadoni also, we don't have anything at that night, so we're not going to consider it. Tonight's the first time we get to see it, and I just want to make sure that this body has a chance to understand in the project overall and how these 3 images fit into the project, and as far as like the distance to the sidewalk, to the corner and across the street, it may help us to have a better understanding. That's all.
Yes, Chair Chang, this is Samantha. The site plan is not a part of Attachment D. However, within Attachment D, there includes 5 sections. And under Section 2, there is an elevation plan of the north elevation that shows the full elevation. It shows the location of the leaves on the north elevation, as well as it wraps around to the east elevation. So that is sheet A-300. .0, and it looks like there is a close-up detail also of the east elevation. But that is the only detail that's included as part of Section 2. So the site plan is not included.
So on one of the page, it shows the artwork comes down to, that's still also terminated at the 2nd floor. So none of these artwork come down past the first 18 feet, right?
It was mentioned by the applicant that on the east elevation by the garage entrance off of Charlotte, the leads do go down to about 7-8 feet, but that is not
I don't see it on
shown.
the elevation.
Right, that's correct. Yeah, that elevation detail was not included in the packet.
So no, it is there actually. If you look at page 39 of 68, there is a page 39 of the PDF.
We have a printed copy. I don't know where page 59 is. Any other?
Yeah, it doesn't include the page number.
So the site too.
Can you put it on screen now? If you have it. Hey, staff, are we back in the session? Are we good now?
No, Chair Chang, this is Samantha. We're still waiting for clearance from the city clerk's office.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I just got we got the audio back up. Can we just do a quick mic check before we continue with the meeting? Chair Chang, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rommel.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadolny.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo
Yes.
and Commissioner Tu.
Yes.
And the applicant that was just speaking, I apologize.
I'm here, Kim Abelese.
Okay, you can continue the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry for the interruption. Kim, before
No
we
problem.
left, I guess my question at that time was that asking for a site plan or at least a full elevation that can identify where all this artwork goes. And out of all the location of the artwork, do they all start at 18 feet and above, or some went down further? And I was told that part of it went down to about 7 or 8 feet. But without a full elevation or a site plan, it's hard for this commission to understand where they go, especially for those that will see it for the first time. So in all fairness, I think the commissioners deserve to understand where this artwork goes and how far do they go to the ground level. So please answer to that.
Oh, sure. So are you looking also at the submittals, correct? Not just the presentation? Because in section 2, there are elevations that show the location of the leaves, and specific to the north and east corner. And also, if you scroll down to the last page in that section, it indicates the location that's the lower location that we were talking about, where the leaves start at 7 feet.
I'm looking at 2 sheets of 4 pages of elevations, which is A300. I think your architect, if there is any architect on the video call now, should answer that question for us, rather than
Yes.
this answer. I hope the architect understand where the artwork goes.
So the last page of section 2 has a site.
Can you show that on the screen? Can somebody show that on the screen so we can all look at the same thing together?
I am unable to share the screen. I would request one of the staff to do that if possible. It's the last page of the section 2.
Staff, do we have all those images that the applicant is talking about?
If I may, Chairman Chang,
Yes.
this is Commissioner Nadolny.
Yes.
I have it in my packet. It's an 8.5 by 11, and it has a floor plan in the corner, a very small floor plan in the corner, which indicates where the lower leaves are going. And I believe it's at the entry into the parking. It's the south wall and the east wall into the parking. Is that correct? Am I correct?
Correct.
In that?
That's correct.
So under section 2 or under section 3?
End of section 2.
End of section 2.
Right, it's an 8.5 by 11 that shows 5 leaves on the south wall, 4 leaves on the east wall, And in the corner, the lower left-hand corner is a site plan.
This is Commissioner Du. I also see that page in the PDF with 5 leaves on the south wall and 4 leaves on the east wall.
Right, but where's the?
But it doesn't have a relation to the elevation itself. It only shows the graphic of the leaves alone.
If you look in the plan, it almost looks like it's a very slight green line at the entry to the north of the lobby. And that's the south wall. And it's the east wall is at an angle heading in.
It's kind of
That's
like
correct. Highlighted.
yellow. Like
It also noted that the south wall is 7 feet 6 inches. Does that mean the lowest point of the leaf will be at that height?
Extent of the south wall artwork is 7 feet 6 inches, and the extent of the art on the slanting wall is 10 feet 7 inches. And the elevation on the right side, it shows the bottom height of the sky leaves is 7 feet from the floor, and the total height of the artwork is 10 feet. I think at 8 by 11, it must be not easy to read. I think on the PDF, it's easy to read.
That corner is not what is shown on rendering 3 right now, is that? They're not here, right?
This is site 2. Rendering 3 is site 1.
The rendering is showing the location 1. The location 2 doesn't have a rendering.
So the rendering, the site 1 has the rendering is like two pages above. There's a model of corner, and there's also an elevation of the wall.
Well, it's hard enough on doing it on web, and then if you don't, I'm just looking at what's on the screen now. Give me enough heading already. I'm looking at page 3. I see 3 pictures with no identification where they are. Are we looking at the 2 on the right-hand side? Are they the same rendering or different rendering?
It's the same. They're all the same locations.
So
That's
there's
the
only
main
one
tower.
location. So I'm
Yes.
looking at one location, but where is that location in the building?
So that is the main entry tower at the front street. So
Main entry on the front street, that's no identification.
this is that valley that we're showing. We don't have a rendering indicating the renderings or showing what it's going to look like in this view from Charlotte. So the only thing we have right now is what the artist has provided on that sheet that we were just looking at with the slanted wall shown in plan.
Now, who's talking, please? Who is this that's speaking?
This is Rafi again. I'm one of the architects working on the project from LCRA.
Okay, so Rafi, you're an architect. You need to identify what we're looking at. The rendering you just said it's the same rendering. All 3 are exactly the same thing. All right, now I followed you. What is the relationship between that rendering and your 300.0? A300.0. Where is that that we're looking at?
So you're the other location where from the parking lot you're coming into Charlotte, correct?
Identify the architecture plan and tell me where.
Okay, so that on this one, so if you look at the site plan where you have the parking on the ground level, there's a walkway.
Do we? Anybody has a site plan? I've been asking for a site plan the whole time. Where's the site plan? I asked an architect, somebody that understands site plan, that give me where this artwork goes on the site plan. I was told that there is no site plan. And now
I don't know. The problem is I don't know what you're looking at and what you have. That's the issue. That's why I'm trying to
you
see.
as an architect, don't you think you need to present something with a site plan and tell us where everything is?
I thought you guys had that in front of you. I'm sorry.
Well, then I have difficulty following the presentation. I don't know where they go, and I don't know the location where they're going. Especially even on this one so we only have one. Is it the only rendering image we have on one area?
This is the only rendering we have currently shown at the main tower.
And the main tower. Main tower is where? Is it the one on 300 depths
Yes.
bottom?
Can I interrupt if I may? So the site plan that you see on the last page of section 2, where that slant wall is highlighted, could you please open that plan and I'll tell you exactly where the location is of site 1. Do you have that?
Looking at the little site. I'm looking at it's not a site. Well, is that a site plan or is it a floor plan? I'm looking at the lower left-hand corner with 5 leaf above and 4 leaf on the right-hand side. That's 8 by 11.
Good.
Okay.
That's good. So do you see the 2 commercial spaces, commercial unit C and commercial unit D? The 2 commercial spaces, C and D, right above that highlighted slanting wall?
Yes.
And you see the pair of doors coming into unit D, commercial unit D?
Yes, I see that.
And you see the black, the shaded wall that makes like a L right at the plaza, corner of the plaza and in front of the doors. It's like the wall is turning around. It's making like an L at Valley.
I see some green color identifying a portion of a wall that are not 90 degrees. So that's where the artwork goes?
Yeah, so right next to the plaza. If you can read the plaza, I don't know exactly if you're looking at what I'm looking at, but plaza, on the left side, there's a piece of solid wall that turns around, it makes a corner. That's where the artwork goes. So it's visible from the crossing.
That's one of the pieces. That's one place where the art, that's where the rendering shows that you're seeing on the screen right now. And then the other 2 pieces are the green highlighted.
Yes, that's correct.
You mean to tell me that corner on the little plan that shows commercial space unit D is what we're looking at in this rendering right now on the screen?
Yes, Chair Chang, this is Samantha speaking. So to answer your question, the site plan that's being referenced by the applicant, that is the full site plan, but the green that is highlighted highlights the east elevation that's facing Charlotte, and the leaves that are flowing horizontally, that is the elevation detail for the east elevation of the building that's facing Charlotte. The tower elevation that is to face Valley Boulevard, that is not highlighted on this site plan, on this sheet. However, the rendering corresponds to the Valley Boulevard elevation, and the east elevation where the leaves flow horizontally is not rendered. The rendering is to provide a conceptual image of the project, but a rendering of the leaves flowing horizontally is not included as part of the package, if that provides a little bit more information.
Well, appreciate that. I just want to make sure that staff have full understanding of where everything goes, and staff would have no problem verifying later on that this rendering that is presented to us will identify what they are trying to achieve at the end with no confusion. I'm trying to see, the project was approved some time ago, which was not part of this art presentation for the first time, I think at least three commissioners are looking at the building for the first time, looking for the art presented the first time. I'm trying to understand where everything goes and give comments to the applicant, but I am not getting the answer that I need to understand it. But if staff is fully comfortable with what you see, and if you think that the plan is good enough for the rest of the commissioners, then I'll go along. But I'm just very uncomfortable without a full set of site plan. From the site plan identifying where the artwork goes, and with the rendering corresponding to the elevation, each elevation, so we know what elevation received what artwork. And I don't think that's too much to ask to an architect. I see bits and pieces of something, but are not correlated in the overall site plan. That little site plan that we saw only identify one area, which is not related to any of the other renderings, including this particular color rendering. But I'm not going to beat it any further because I'll let the other commissioners. Maybe I'm just not following through it with the presentation like as good as the others. I couldn't quite follow it. Anyway, the applicant, you want to have any further question to address to the commission?
We will be happy to provide a site plan highlighting the two sites and any other clarification that is required from our end. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Maybe one quick question for our city architect. Dale, have you got a chance to review this and have a full understanding of what we talked about?
No, we're seeing it for the first time today. And so, however, just listening to discussion, looking at the drawings while the discussion's been going on, I do believe we can, to say we can piece together isn't quite the right way of saying it, but I do think we can work with the applicant to completely understand where all the elements are and how they're installed. I have some thoughts about how to do some installation that might clean it up a little bit and get some of people's comments about blocking close to the edges and how you do some other things there. So I think we can work with the applicant to both fully understand the project and work with them on. This is a project that needs elements close to the ground so you can appreciate it and can understand it. And it's also a project that the installation detailing, the execution is critical.
Yeah. So if I hear you correctly, and also I heard the applicant said that they will come back with a site plan and identify all the locations on the site plan, clearly identify where the artwork goes. And from each piece of the artwork that goes into, let me just ask a simple question. How many of these columns are receiving this artwork in the whole project? Can somebody ask me that? 3 or 4?
I think one column that has the north face and the east face to it, which is what is on that elevation A300. So you're seeing on that A300
Yes.
both the north and the east view. And then that is site 1, and site 2 is the one we were talking about on Charlotte, where the leaves are lower to the viewer, 7 feet and above.
So there's only 2 building corners that receive this artwork. Then I guess I completely read the whole thing. I didn't know there's at least 3.
Sorry about that, Chair Chang. This is Samantha. Staff apologizes for the confusion. So the rendering that is brought up, again, it was brought up because Commissioner Salo had asked the question about the contrast between the building color and the leaf colors. But essentially, the three renderings that are shown on slide 3 is of the same elevation that's facing Valley Boulevard. So staff apologizes if there's confusion about that. The first image to the right is basically looking directly onto the north elevation of the building. The second photo to the left of that shows the wrapping of the leaves around that same tower onto the east side of that tower. And the third photo after that is a close-up of the leaves. However, the rendering is one of the items that staff can work with the applicant on to clearly reflect what is the north elevation and what is the east elevation.
Appreciate that. I gathered that after they clarified it is the same rendering. Then what happened to on A300? I'm looking at the same thing on the bottom drawing under north elevation. I thought there was another column there that has some artwork. Am I correct on that? Where did this one go? On A300, under north elevation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that elevation is the same tower. The one that was presented in the slideshow, that was a model that I made when the project began. And then this elevation is showing that same tower where the leaves are on the north and also on the east.
So same column that we're looking at right now on the rendering.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
So all this. Then what about the back side of it? Are we still looking at the same one on the same sheet on the back side? It's just a larger scale of the same thing. So we're really looking at one column all this time. We're looking at one column only. One column meaning two facades. One facing north, one facing east.
Yeah, that's column. And then some of the confusion may also be because there is that site 1, and then site 2 is where there are 9 leaves on Charlotte.
And that one has no rendering. You have not done the rendering on that one, right?
It's the last page of the, oh gosh, what is that? The second section, yes, section. Sorry, section 2, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Chang, this is Samantha again. It is an elevation, but it's not a rendering of the art on the east elevation.
Okay, so it is on the, I see one elevation, and the second page I see 2 elevations, and I guess we're all looking at the same column. And this one comes all the way down to 7 feet, if I can believe that correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 locations only. All this time we're looking at 2 locations. Okay, my apology if I misread it early. I have no idea identifying how many of these. Okay. Thank you. Let me then have the opportunity to go. I think we already have the commissioner's address to the applicant. I guess now is the time for public comments. Erica, anybody commented on this public art project?
No, Chair, no public comment for this item.
Okay, it's 8:32 and there's no public comments, and now the comment is closed. City staff, you have any other comments or input on this project? How do you want us to move forward? Is there enough information that staff and can move forward, or can you share your feeling with us?
Staff will follow the recommendation of the Design Review Commission this evening. If additional details are required, then staff can work with the project applicant on it, but staff will follow the Commission's recommendation.
Thank you, appreciate that. Applicant, do you have any, this is your chance to give us your feedback based on what you heard to the commission before we close the public portion. Do you want to share your feeling with us?
Yeah, we appreciate your input very much. Thank you so much. And we will, as mentioned earlier, we will submit site plans identifying the 2 locations. There are only 2 locations for the artwork. And we also have installation details as part of this package. If you would like to review now, I know it's late, but we have worked out in detail the installation details. And we are coordinating closely with the blocking with the GC. So that is something we are on top of all the coordination. So once again, appreciate your input and feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, so now I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting and we'll open up for our internal deliberation. I want the commissioner to basically address a couple of things. Do you have enough information based on what you heard so far to act on it tonight? If you do, we can go ahead and act on it. If you want to see more from the applicant as to the locations, the size, the construction details, and or the how it related to the general public, please voice a concern. I think collectively we'll be able to come up with a more direct direction for the applicant. So with that said, I'd like to start with Commissioner Tu.
Oh, yes, I think the rendering would be really helpful for us to fully understand the scope of the work and also the end result. I also found that the rendering and the elevation drawing, this discrepancy about how the actual form of those leaves, it doesn't match completely. It doesn't match 100%. I don't know if it's still in a design process or this is like a final result of the artwork. In a way, the render doesn't match the drawing from what I've seen here. So I thought it would be good for the applicant to take a look at that to see where the discrepancy come from and actually provide the rendering for both of the locations so that we can understand the design and the artwork like fully. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Tu. Commissioner Sale.
Yeah, so 2 things. One, I agree. You know, I knew that the rendering was on the corner of the building, but all this time I thought it was on the other side of the building that was highlighted green. It was only after the lengthy discussion was it clear in my mind that it was actually on the other elevation. So I don't think it's too much to ask for a simple site plan calling out the 2 locations where the artwork occurs and renderings of the artwork at those 2 locations. And secondly, right now, the way that the artwork is rendered against the building elevation, it shows all of the structure and mounting as invisible, that it doesn't exist. And we know that, you know, it probably will be there. So some clarification on the details. I mean, just an extension of the discussion that we're already having. I think the building looks very nice, and I don't want to hold up the project in any way in regards to the architecture, but we do need a little further clarification. I think they have all the elements, but you know, having them all on one page will save us the trouble of flipping around and having a slide of 3 images of the exact same rendering. I mean, it's not that helpful. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Salo. Commissioner Nadoni.
Yeah, I do understand where the artwork is located. And I also understand that the devil is in the details. And in order for it to make it really be an element to the project that's going to improve the project, it needs to be detailed well. I heard the city architect say that he had some ideas on maybe to help how it's actually going to be applied to the exterior of the building. So I'm confident that those details can be worked out. I do would like to get a little bit better idea on what the legend and because of how it will respond to the pedestrian and to the public is going to be important. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Rama.
Yes, in a city like Pasadena, they would be looking at the public art component with a arts commission. Our design commission is also the arts commission here in San Gabriel. Some of the key elements that you'd be seeing in a city like Pasadena that has its own arts commission, if this were to be presented, would be an artist statement on how, what is very clearly stated in a succinct way, kind of a description of the art and why. And because this is more in the planning and design commission, the staff report is written as a planning staff report. If this is to come back to the design commission, I think an artist statement is needed. So we hear from the artist, from her own words, what her vision of the art is, and then also a maintenance plan. You were saying that the devil is in the details, and that's one of the things that, depending on how long the lights are on, and with how long the lights will live on the lights. And the last thing we want to see is to have the artwork lit beautifully for 5 to 10 years, and then that halo effect is gone if it's not maintained properly. And I think that needs to clearly be articulated so that the property owner knows exactly what is entailed when replacing those lights. And we know those lights will eventually go through their whole lifespan. Even if we're looking at a 25-year plan. So I think it behooves the property owner as well to understand the maintenance of this type of art. That's my last comment.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I hope the applicant had jotted down all the comments made so far. I think every single one of them, it's critical, it's important for this project to be successful. I don't think at this stage of the game is going to hold up your construction schedule in any way or form. You're not quite there yet for the final artwork implementation. If there is, then I think you can talk to staff, and I think we can make some special accommodation. But having a site plan, show us exactly where the artwork goes, and work out the legend, work out the artist statement, and with all the architectural and construction detail of how the structural part, the device that connected all these leaves, and whether the leaves are removable and interchangeable, and also the lighting detail behind it. You just have to do one or two leaves and with all the detail made, so the commission have a full understanding of how they are being made and being attached to the building. Are they attached to the finished stucco face of the wall, or they have to tie further deep into the structural member of the wall? I don't know if that has worked out. So
that has worked out. Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner. We didn't get a chance to review Section 3 that totally deals with the hardware and installation details. So we have actually worked out the details, and they are part of this package.
Okay. I do see the Section 3 of the detail, but I don't know if they are worked out into your specific. These are standard details from the manufacturer. I don't think these are the specific details to your specific plan. But anyway, you can take whatever it's worth. It sounds like that it is time for a continuance for you to bring it back to address to those particular issues. So I guess it's time for me. Let me see. Did I check with? Okay, no. So we already checked with the public portion. All right. So it sounds like that. I hope the applicant took note on what is needed and make the presentation a lot easier for the commissioner to read than what's in front of us. So I'd like to have a motion from the commissioners.
May I add one more piece of information in terms of where the project is with construction? So they are framing the roof right now, and they have not closed the frames yet. So there is still a few weeks before they will close, and the blocking will go in before that. So they're moving fast, so to say. So we will try and provide all the information as soon as possible. Thank you.
Are you saying that if this become a continued item for you to come back next month, would that affect your construction schedule?
Yes, Commissioner, this is actually, it's moving fast. So we would request a fast track review if possible, because the construction is ongoing, and a 1 month delay might delay the process. So I would request the city to please give us a fast track review if possible. Thank you.
All right. I guess I'll have to turn over to Samantha and Dale. The applicant requests to not to hold up the construction. I don't know whether the commissioners, majority of the commissioners, feel comfortable to approve it with not 100% of the information on the table, even though we spent about an hour on clarifying how many and where they are, and but unfortunately, we didn't get to see the whole site plan and or a building rendering where the artwork goes in its totality. So Dale, maybe you can share with us, and how comfortable are you if we force a commissioner decision on this, and whether we're going to be sorry later that they did not do a job. This is the first time for us to look at it. We're not delaying it. They are not. We didn't hold them up. They had, from the time they approved the project to now, they had almost more than half a year, if not a whole year, to come to us. Today's the first.
If I may interrupt, we are requesting the installation detail to be approved as fast track, and the rest of the review can be ongoing. So just the installation, since they will be closing up the wall very soon. So if that is acceptable, I would really appreciate it.
Dale?
Yeah, Commissioner Chang, So the one thing that's not in here as a design package, which would be part of, I think, plan check is, I don't know that there's structural calculations. I would think that they would be required, just to get the blocking into the wall and to understand all those things. One of the commissioners tonight talked about also that the blocking would be seen, and I think there's a lot of design work to be done for integration of the gauge of the metal for the leaves, where the blocking goes, exactly where the lights are there, so that so that effect they're looking for works well. So you're talking about 2 locations on the entire building, and they basically want to close up framing on the outside. I think with an understanding, I don't think you need to approve the design tonight, and I don't think it would hold them up. The alternative is to go to the inside face of the sheathing and basically block in, dimensional plywood or something in those areas so that they still have an anchor to go to. And instead of trying to design exactly the right blocking in the right location, just in essence, provide blocking along the entire columns on the inside face. So I think there's a way to do this that allows them to close up the outside of the building, continue to do it, and provides flexibility for installing the pieces later on, which would allow the project to come back to commission.
Okay, I appreciate that. I agree with you 100%. Being a wood frame building, I don't see how they can hang all these leaves that are 3 or 4 feet wide. They do carry certain weight. I am sure structurally they need to calculate it, analyze it, provide the correct backing so that structurally it's sound to hold them up. Electrically, they can run to serve each location. And aesthetically, they need to work out all the details on every particular location to hide them. And also lighting-wise, to come up with the correct lighting so that the silhouette really reads the silhouette instead of having some area they can't even see it. I think there is enough work that they have to spend on these 2 locations of the artwork. Push something through like this is not helping damp them either, because sooner or later they push something through and it doesn't work. It's time to do demolition, and it's not the right thing to do. So you're right. If the structural engineer is on the team tonight, or if they got the architect on that is managing the project on the team tonight, they should be able to keep the project going without all the final approval at this time, because I don't even think they have worked out all the final details anyway at this point in time. So it sounds like there is a time for a continuance motion. Can I have a motion? If not, I'll make a motion to continue the project to next month's meeting. I'll make the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second it, Commissioner Salo.
Thank you. I make a motion to continue. Commissioner Salo continue. Second the motion, and roll call, please.
Roll call vote, Commissioner Till,
Yes.
Commissioner Salo,
Yes.
Commissioner Nadolny?
Yes, can it be on the consent agenda? Just as a curiosity.
The fact that it's on the consent agenda is meaning that we are not going to reconsider any additional facts. Because I thought the only reason why we go through a continuance because we thought we were going to look at some further details to work it out. But if it's on a consent agenda, that means one motion to approve everything. Someone's going to pull it if they want to hear or see the details. Are you comfortable with them coming in something that you think that will be so self-explanatory that there will be no issue with this.
I guess what I'm comfortable with is the city architect and staff working out the details with them. So I guess I'd have to say nay or no.
Okay, all right. So one no. Okay, continue on with the vote.
Vice Chair
the-
Romo,
Yes, I vote to continue.
Thank you.
and Chairman Chang.
Yes,
Motion passed. Vote is 4 ayes, 1 no.
all right. Yeah, so I hope the applicant took note on some of the concerns from the commission, and if this, if they can work with staff and work with city architect to resolve all those concerns, then if the staff feels that it can be put on the consent agenda for next time, we can staff can do it unless anybody can pull it to get further detail. Well, it all depends on whether the architect and the artist have done what they heard and they come back to us. We'll work with you on the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have taken notes, so we will start working right away.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 4A is staff item project review. A is 508 West of Guinness Drive, tenancy number PPD 21-001, precise plan of design. Did I get it right, or this is what on my note here?
Chairman Chang, we're on item C, correct? 208 West Fairview.
That's what I thought we are, except what's sent to me is different. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. We're on item C, 208 West Fairview Avenue. Tenant case number PPD 19-014. Precise plan of design. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Got
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Chang. Good evening again, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. The next public hearing item before you tonight is for a precise plan of design to allow an addition to an existing preschool building located at 208 West Fairview Avenue, planning case number PPD 19-014. Slide number 2, please. The project site is located on the south side of West Fairview Avenue, between Circle Drive to the east and Circle Drive to the west, located within the San Gabriel Village commercial area. Slide number 3, please. The zoning map above shows that this property is zoned C1 for retail commercial, and it is surrounded by a majority of R1 single family zones to the south and commercial to the north, east, and west. Slide number 4, please. The site currently has an existing 1,636 square foot preschool that was built in 1955. And on the eastern portion of the property consists of the existing playground that services that preschool building. Slide number 5, please. In order to apply for the proposed addition to the existing preschool, new parking requirements were required. Given the limitation on the site, the applicant applied for a parking variance to allow them to utilize the street parking available along Fairview Avenue to service the on-site parking needs for this project. On March 8th, 2021, the Planning Commission considered the proposed parking variance and approved it with a vote of 5-0. Slide number 6, please. The slide above portrays the proposed site plan for the business. The proposed project would add an additional 1,299 square feet to the existing preschool building. In order to do so, they combined the two lots, which was reviewed and approved by our Public Works Department. This project also expands on that existing playground area and ensures that it meets both ADA and Title 22 requirements from the state. Slide number 7, please. The image above shows the perspective from the street view of what the proposed project would look like and how it would look around its surroundings. Given that the project was in the commercial area of the San Gabriel Village area, it was also subject to the San Gabriel Village Urban Design Strategy requirements. Slide number 8, please. Just some history on that design strategy. In 2012, the City Council adopted the San Gabriel Village Urban Design Strategy, which provides streetscape improvements as well as design guidelines for the commercial area of the San Gabriel Village. For design purposes, the strategy guide was intended to provide design guidelines for the commercial district to ensure that they're consistent with the neighboring buildings in the area. The next slide will identify some of the guidelines that were utilized in reviewing it. So things such as the roof form and the materials, making sure that they fit the character and context of the village, making sure that that also matches architectural style, the detailing. We talk about the plaster, brick, and veneer sidings that are utilized in this project. Utilizing predominant facade colors that fit the scheme of the village neighborhood area. And providing an entrance with an architectural definition, such as an awning, a research niche. For this project, they actually provide a walk-up entrance, like a covered patio entrance. Slide number 10, please. Thank you. The land use designation for this project is Village Commercial. The project also meets the following goals of the 2004 General Plan, which is Economic Development Goal 4.1, Community Design Goal 10.1, Community Design Goal 10.2, and Community Design Goal 10.5. Slide number 11, please. The project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act per guidelines section 15303, class 3, for new construction or conversion of small structures. Slide number 12, please. Notices were sent out to property owners and occupants within a 500-foot radius, which was the same that was required for the parking variance. The notice is also posted at the project site, in the San Gabriel Sun newspaper, as well as in the agenda posted at various locations such as City Hall, the post office, the library, and our city's website. Slide number 13, please. It is with that staff recommends that the Design Review Commission adopt a resolution of the Design Review Commission of the City of San Gabriel, California, approving planning case number PPD 19-014 to allow an addition to an existing preschool building located at 208 West Fairview Avenue, subject to the recommended conditions of approval. This will conclude staff's presentation. Staff would like to let the commission know that we have our city architect on the line, as well as the project applicant, both the architect and the owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question for staff, Commissioner Tu?
Yes, I have a question. Is this a addition project or is a new construction?
Hi, this is Owen. I'm the designer. This is an addition project.
Let's, her question is for staff for now. I'll open the public hearing.
Okay.
So why don't you have staff answer it? We'll get to you in a minute. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Chang. This is an addition to the existing preschool building.
Okay, so yeah, the extent of the work looks pretty. The existing building, is that only the foundation left? Are those walls are all new walls?
So on sheet A03, it shows the existing as well as the proposed floor plan. For the proposed floor plan, it shows that only walls on the southern portion of the interior are to be removed. So those exterior walls are to remain, as it shows on the plans.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Salo.
Yeah, one quick question for staff. In the document that was provided at the very end, the appendix, the San Gabriel Village Urban Design Strategy, there is a portion that covers amenities, and some of them include signage, parking, awnings, storefronts, stuff like that, sidewalks. I was wondering, it blurs the line a little bit about what's the owner's responsibility and what is the public responsibility. So I was wondering how that applies to a project like this. Like which of these features do they have to provide and which of these are provided by the city?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. There are some items in this plan that were definitely meant for the city to address. I know our Public Works Department was actually looking at some of those revisions to incorporate landscaping along the sidewalk and even incorporating some type of median. That project still hasn't come forth yet. But this being the first project that is actually being proposed within that village area, we wanted to make sure that it was something that was taking this plan into consideration and following as much of it as they could that could relate to the review of the project. Yeah, so things along the public right-of-way, those are things that the city is still looking at incorporating later on.
Okay, so you'd be able to point out which of these things that the applicant provided? Like, I guess, storefront signage and awnings, stuff like that?
Yes, so as far as signage, that hasn't been something that's been looked at yet. But as far as everything else for like the roof material, the architectural style, the, let's see, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. On page number 4 of the, no, I'm sorry, page number 5 of the staff report, it kind of talks about that San Gabriel Village strategy. And I kind of identified some of those items from the strategy that were outlined in the proposed plans.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Natoni.
Yeah, just one question. I noticed on for parking, you had mentioned that the Planning Commission agreed that the parking could be street parking. There appears to be only 2 handicap accessible stalls quite a distance away. Was there plans for maybe adding, or are they in conformance, those 2 stalls, are they in conformance with what may be required along that street?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Ndoli. That was something that our building division, I had the building division look at closely to make sure that they were okay with it and comfortable with that distance. They ended up confirming that that existing location would be fine for those handicap parkings. So they weren't requiring additional handicap to be located right in front of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rama.
No questions for staff.
Okay, thank you. One quick question. So the signage is not on tonight's agenda item then, right? We're not approving any sign. If they were gonna put in any signage in the building, would that come back to the TRC or how's that gonna work?
So that is correct, Chairman Chang, in that the signage is not included in the package tonight. I think that's, if the commission is comfortable with it, that's something that staff can look at with the city architect when that comes in and make sure to utilize this plan so that the signage is in, we can make sure that the signage is in conformance with this plan or this strategy.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. All right. I will now open the public portion of the meeting. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here? Please give us your name and address to identify yourself.
Good evening, Chairman Chang and Commissioners. My name is Mike Huang. I am speaking for 208 West Fairview in the city of San Gabriel. I'm also speaking on behalf of my family, which are the owners of this property, which we also own the school on the other end of the San Gabriel Village, AMAX Academy. Just a few things I would like to share with all of you is we're not changing the purpose of this property or the business. It's been a preschool since the 1950s. What we are trying to propose to all of you is just a design to provide a facelift to the building to meet the current Title 22 requirements, as well as just provide something for the community to be able to send their children to. The addition to the building is just to increase the number of children that could be in the facility, as well as just reorganizing the whole lot in general. That way, it's something for the San Gabriel Village and for the community. And I also do have, also with us tonight is our designer, Owen, who would be able to address any questions or concerns that any of you may have as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Does your designer want to address the commission at this time?
This is Owen from Ismo Design. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, this is an addition to the project. And then, as you can see from the aerial photos, there was an addition done to this project a long time ago, and nothing was really considered, and it was just a flat roof attached to the end. So basically, we're trying to bring it up and have it fit into the village. And massing was pretty much considered not to, stick out and blend in. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know.
Okay, thank you. Now is the time for the commissioner to address the applicant. Commissioner Tu, you have any question for the applicant?
Yes, I have a question for the architect. Is that a particular style of the building you're looking at? Because I noticed that the ridge of the roof is pretty tall, at 20 feet, something like that, and the 4-4 high itself is not that tall, so it has a lot of space in the attic. So I wonder if this particular style you're looking at, or any thinking about having such a steep roof, having that mass on top.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the reason we chose 5 to 12 pitch for the roof is because of the existing buildings and the surrounding. Majority of them are the same pitch, so we decided to follow along. In regards to actually seeing the huge ridge and pitch, it's when you're standing on the street view, it's not that noticeable. Along with the other buildings, it's not really that noticeable. That's why. So we chose to continue the 512.
Okay, is there any images you provided about those surrounding building with a similar style of the roof?
Sorry, Commissioner Tu, I'm just gonna jump in to see if Jess, if you don't mind going to page or the PowerPoint slide number. I just realized that number 7 is not have it. Maybe
Number 30?
if you go to the end of attachment B, yeah, it still doesn't show the other commercial buildings on the other side. On the other side of the pink building, to the west of the project site, you could kind of make out where that existing commercial building is, the roof pitch. That's the last page of attachment B.
Last page is attachment E.
And that's B as in boy.
Oh, mm. Yes, because the I see that image is a street view, and from this angle, the adjacent building doesn't seem like it has such a steep roof to me. That's the only image I can see for like the surrounding building here.
Commissioner Tu, this is Samantha. Also in attachment E, the valley, the village design strategy, all the way under 5-2 of the village plan. It does provide an east view of the street that does show the roof. So if you can let staff know if you see that view.
Which page in the PDF?
Oh, in the PDF.
Maybe page 40, 45.
Oh, okay.
This is Dale Brown, consulting city architect. I think also the roof pitch. So there's kind of the heart of the district, and I'm responding. Our firm did the plan for the district. So in the heart of the district are almost solely sort of commercial buildings, some variety. And then this building is sort of along the fringe where it starts to transition between in the sort of little multifamily, still zone commercial, and then commercial buildings. The heart of the district has relatively uniform buildings in terms of, certainly in terms of mass and scale, but those also have fairly steep pitch roofs. So this building is in reference more toward what's happening in the heart of that area than maybe what is right next door.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo.
Yeah, I just have one. Is there precedent in the neighborhood for that stone veneer base like that?
This is Dale Brown again.
Yep.
Yes, there are existing buildings within that district that have that stone or brick veneer base, which is a little unusual. And sometimes there's an element that people just choose to insert into a project, but in this case, it is appropriate to some of the buildings there.
Thank you. Yeah, I did have one comment that I do like the way that they integrated the ADA access and recessed it from the front of the building and pretty invisible from the street. So I do like that. And it's an improvement over the existing building.
Okay, any further question?
No.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tony?
Yeah, I had a question on the ADA access. It appeared on your path of travel, you've got 5 feet for a ramp, but on your plan, you have less than that, which will affect, I guess, how far have you maxed out to the property line with that, what appears to be 4 foot 10 inches? And that's to the outside of the posts that support the overhang or the entryway. That does not match your path of travel, which shows that you have a 5 foot ramp there. So I'm a little concerned that, there may have to be some modifications there for ADA access.
Yeah, I think there was some confusion on the different versions of the plans, but I believe the existing front setback is 5 foot from the property line to the building. So with the 4x4 post, we would be losing like 3.5 inches. So the width of the entry would be 4 foot 8.5 inch, and I think that should be enough to get in and out, because the 5 foot is just to be able to make a 180 and rotate out. So we do have an entry there.
Okay. All right. So you're pretty confident that you can make that work.
Yeah.
Okay. At the door, there's also a note that says 1 inch minimum. Isn't ADA half-inch maximum? But that's a detail that you need to work out there. Since you said that the project was built in 1955, is it slab on grade or does it have a foundation? Is it a raised foundation or is it slab on grade?
The project is a slab on grade.
Okay. So when you do your seismic upgrades, which I'm assuming that you're probably going to have to do on that existing building, is that going to affect the foundation any? And will it affect anything on the exterior?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is there an existing chimney that's going to be removed? I guess that would be on the west side of the building.
Yeah. There is a chimney on the west side that would be removed. The whole technically the whole roof would be removed and redone to match the surrounding, because the existing roof pitch, it's different from the surrounding commercial building.
Okay, so you're basically you're keeping it appears all 4 walls, but you're removing the roof.
That's correct.
Okay, so that means you're extending the walls. So some of those walls are really going to be new walls, and they may get a little thicker, possibly.
By extending, do you mean raising the height?
Yeah, because you're removing. You have a flat roof in the back of the existing, and now so you have to build new walls in the back in order to meet the roof. So it seems to me, I mean, there's more extensive work than what we're seeing right here. So I just want to make sure that, you've taken that into consideration on dimensions and, what you're proposing. I think that as far as the look and the form, I have no objection to that. I think it will fit in with the village. When you're doing the front ramp, do you have any, what are you planning on doing with the paving there?
Do you mean the paving in front of the ramp?
Yeah, and the ramp itself. What is that material?
the owner hasn't decided on what material they would like to use. But if the front requires to be repaved in order for it to be without any bumps, the owner will also fix that also.
So maybe this is a question all for the city too. I mean, is there plans for, and maybe you've already mentioned it, but what are the improvements that are going to be happening along that sidewalk area? And how, I guess it's a matter of then coordinating your new paving with whatever the city's doing. Are there plans, Matt? Are there plans for improvements all along that line there?
Commissioner Nadoli, I think I could answer that. I talked to Public Works about it. So when this plan was originally developed in 2012, they were looking at incorporating some of the landscaping and possibly redoing some of the existing concrete area. But that did get postponed. And there hasn't been an update on when that will continue to be a project that Public Works is going to move forward with again. So at this time, the city is not sure of when that's going to get done.
Okay, because I know, I mean, we've got a project here, and then we've got the urban design strategy, but it seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect. I mean, not from the building, not the project itself, but possibly with the city for improvements that would help the project look a little bit nicer too. So, but overall, I have no objection. I think it'll be a good addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Ramos, any question for the applicant?
Yes, I do. But before I do that, I do want to touch base with Commissioner Tu on page 1.7 of the Urban Design Guidelines, Design Strategy. You can see the elevations of the whole block and the roof line there. If you can open up to that page. I'd also like to reference something that Commissioner Salo brought up about the brick veneer. I too had an issue with the brick veneer, and I went down to the village. There is some brick veneer, and then there's some stone veneer that dates back to the 50s. However, this type of veneer, I think it's too modern. And when you're looking at a building that's going to be used as a preschool, my son is an adult now, but when he was a child, oh my gosh, something like this would be a hazard. I see him putting his fingers, trying in between the veneer there, pushing, running against, and it's not the wall, and he's little, so that's going to get him in the shoulder or the face. I think when you look at the type of use and as veneer that's bumpy like that, that's not smooth, I don't think that's the right surface for a child for a preschool. And they're going to be walking from the parking, and if they're walking along that wall there, they're going to be rubbing their hand along that wall. I would suggest either some type of a smooth stone or tile, or even just paint, because trust me, as a mother of a son who is very active, I just see trouble, trouble ahead for the owners of the preschool. And I would greatly suggest looking at some of the urban strategy, design strategy also calls for paint as a way to differentiate the lower part of the windows, as well as brick and stone. That I strongly suggest paint versus this type of veneer. That's my big comment on that veneer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good comments. Just want to clarify a couple of things. I guess you taking out the existing roof, you reframing the entire roof rafter and ceiling joists and for the entire building. Is that the intention for the architect?
Yes, that's the intention.
I see. So you're keeping a plate line at 8 foot, and you're basically extending everything at 8 foot for the new walls, reframing the entire thing, new roof, new window. Practically, it's going to come out almost like a brand new building per se.
Yeah, that's correct. This way, with the new windows, we can match Title 24 energy requirements.
I see. Okay. The only, I don't know whether I see no section of the building, so I don't know whether you have any intention to, since you have such a huge attic space, whether you want to raise the ceiling joist to higher to gain more volume of space inside or not. I'm not going to comment on that. It's up to you whether you want to do it. It doesn't affect the outside, but there is at an 8 foot ceiling height, you got almost another floor on top of the ceiling, up to 20 foot at your ridge line. So there's a lot of room above your ceiling height. So if you want to pick up more additional room, you may want to consider that. But other than that, I think it's a very charming area. I think the building overall, it fits in well, and this is the perfect opportunity for you to improve the public portion of the project to work with the village plan so that it blends in well with the rest of the location. That would be my only comment to you. So with that said, this is the time for other public comments. Let's see if Erica, did you receive any comment from the general public?
Yes, Chair, we did receive one from Brenda Enriquez, and it reads, I would like to be opposed to this idea of constructing an addition to the preschool structure. San Gabriel has many preschools to choose from, and I believe land can be used to something more beneficial, such as a park. This residential area would be affected with the increase in traffic and dangers that can come with constant vehicles driving around a residential area where small children are located. The area is full of apartment complexes, and I believe a more beneficial use of the land would be something all families can enjoy. Best, Brenda. And that concludes the public comment for this item.
So thank you. Thank you for that comment. Who received that on file. It is now 9:31. And did you receive any further public comments? Hearing none.
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The public portion is closed now at 9:31. City staff, do you have any additional comments made to the project?
No, not at this time, Chairman Chang. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I will close the public portion. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I do that, to the applicant, do you have any further information you want to share with the commission?
Yes, I do. So I just wanted to address Commissioner Romo's concern earlier in regards to the veneer in the front. I just wanted to mention we are very open to changing any of that as needed. We totally understand concerns in regards to like ADA and children's safety, just because we have been working with children for so many years. So that's totally something we are open to as needed for us to change that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Any further comment? All right, hearing none, I will close the public portion of the meeting, and now it is for our internal deliberation. Commissioner Tu, your feeling on the project?
I think the project overall, the design of project is harmonious with the surrounding. And thank you for everyone that reminding me to look through more pages down in the package that I actually get a lot more information about the site. I think this project is suited to the site. I feel comfortable about having the project moving forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo?
Yeah, I'd be inclined to approve this project on the condition that the commissioner's comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadoni?
Yeah, I have no additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ramos?
I greatly appreciate the applicant looking at something different than the stone veneer, only because that is going to be at a child's eye level, and that's the main thing that a child's going to be seeing. You think you have an opportunity to look at your customer base, who's very short and could be rambunctious there. So I want to thank you for that, and I think for my approval on the project, that stone veneer has to change.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with the overall feeling from the commissioners, and I think paying attention to all some of these details that was being mentioned, including working closely with the city on the village plan, this project can be a successful project, and will blend in well in that very charming area. So with that said, I'd like to entertain a motion for approval. Can I hear a motion?
Yes, this is Vice Chair Romo. I approve to approve the project with by changing out as submitted, with the exception of the stone veneer, and to put either a smooth surface or painted base, different color under the windows.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
This is Commissioner too. A second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Roll call vote, Commissioner Tu?
Yes.
Commissioner Salo?
Yes.
Commissioner Nadolny?
Yes.
Vice Chair Romo?
Yes.
Chairman Chang?
Yes.
Motion carried, vote is 5-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, staff item, project review. Item A, 508 West Las Tunas Drive, pending case number PPD 21-001, precise plan of design, staff report.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. The item before you tonight is a staff item, which is a project preview that was presented to this Commission last month. The project is at 508 West Las Tunas Drive. Is a proposed 5-story medical office building. The project was presented to this Commission last month as a project preview item. And for this item, the applicant will provide a PowerPoint presentation kind of explain the changes they have made so far, and they would like to continue to receive a feedback from the Commission so they can continue to make a refinement to continue to improve the project. So eventually they'll bring this project back to the Design Review Commission, also Planning Commission for consideration. So I will turn over to the actually, Chairman Chen, if the Commission don't have any question, I can turn over to the applicant, but I will let Chair and the Commission kind of let you have the floor to see if you have any question for staff at this point before
Sure.
I turn it to the applicant.
Yeah. Does any of the Commissioner have any question for staff before the public presentation? Hearing none, Matt, I think it's okay. We can go ahead and have the applicant address the commission with his presentation. Go ahead.
Yes, I will turn over to the applicant's team, Richard Hale, as well as the architect, Gary Winfield. They'll be providing a PowerPoint presentation. So Richard, if you're online, please, for Adam and Jessica, could you move to the applicant's PowerPoint slide? Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and chair. This is Richard Hale with the Hale Corporation, 513 South Myrtle Avenue in Monrovia. So my name is Richard Hale with the Hale Corporation. I'm the owner's representative tonight. Next slide, please. Tonight with us is the project architect, Gary Whitfield with Gory Whitfield Incorporated. Also on the viewing tonight on YouTube is the property ownership, Fortune Medical. Next slide, please. Slide 3. Tonight we're presenting for you for the second time to the DRC 508 West Las Tunas Drive. The project is known as San Gabriel Medical Office Building. The project is located on the southwest corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita Street. On the east side of the project is the 5-story San Gabriel Valley Medical Hospital with 273 beds serving your community. And to the south is the 4-story San Gabriel Valley Medical Plaza located at 207 South Santa Anita. Next slide, please. Slide 4. Our project consists of a 5-story medical office building, 98,012 square feet. The ground floor will be a mix of retail and open-air fast casual restaurants. All parking will be on-site inside of a 4-story parking structure with 2 levels of subterranean parking equaling 125,360 square feet. The medical building height is 70 feet. The parking structure height is 47 feet 5 inches. We'll be providing 339 parking stalls, which will include the specified accessible parking stalls, car charging stations, and clean air vehicle stalls. Next slide, please. Going to slide 5. The following entitlements will be required. A tentative parcel map merging of the current 7 parcels into 1 parcel. This is the same as previously approved project. A conditional use permit for the parking reduction up to 20%, same as the previously approved project. We are utilizing the transit accessibility reduction factor of 20% reduction in parking. The bus stop across the street to the north and to the west of our project is serviced by Metro Local 78 and Metro Express 487. This was confirmed with the Metro timetable. There is a bus that stops at Santa Anita and Las Tunas intersection every 15 to 30 minutes during the morning and afternoon peak hours. This was also confirmed by the traffic consultant, KOA, and also provided to the city planner, Matt Chang. A minor modification for the floor area ratio, FAR reduction up to 20%, and a precise plan of design for the building architectural design, same as the previously approved project. Next slide, please. On slide 6, we would like to elaborate on the reduction in the overall project. Here are some of the improvements we made since the project was previously approved in 2016. We have a smaller footprint than the originally approved project. We reduced the footprint by 1,785 square feet. We have a smaller square footage than the originally approved project. We reduced the building area square footage by 63,958 square feet. As a result of this smaller project, we have reduced our dirt export by 29,731 cubic yards. We have eliminated 17 days of hauling dirt off-site. We have eliminated 2,124 truckloads of dirt export off-site. Additionally, we have reduced the number of concrete loads, shoring days, and most importantly, reduced the overall construction schedule by more than 90 calendar days. At this point, we would also like to provide some additional background of our project to the commissioners. This project was originally submitted and approved by the DRC and the Planning Commission in 2016. Furthermore, the project completed the plan check process and was permit ready. Unfortunately, the project was not constructed. Since that time, the project has undergone new ownership, design team, and leadership. The new project before you has been thoughtfully enhanced to take into account the previously approved conditions of approval and gone further to make this a legacy project for the medical community. On the coming slides, we will demonstrate that we have responded to the first DRC meeting, as well as our first Planning Commission meeting back on April 12th, 2021. Here are some of the tasks we have already completed. We have completed the ARS, the applicant review session, on September 15th, 2020. We received feedback on October 13th from the Fire Department, Police Department, Public Works, Building Department, Planning Commission, or Planner, and City Architect Dale Brown. This was followed up with a Zoom call on October 13th with all attending the meeting to discuss the staff comments. Following the meeting, our design team incorporated all of the feedback received from each of the departments. Next, we submitted the planning application on January 5th. We then received feedback on March 2nd from the City Architect Dale Brown. This was followed up with a Zoom call on March 3rd with Dale Brown and Matt Chang attending the meeting to discuss their comments with myself and the design team. Simultaneously, we had begun assembling and completing the CEQA documentation and have retained the City of San Gabriel consultant, PlaceWorks. We have completed the following reports. Traffic report. The initial findings were submitted to Public Works, and subsequently, we had a Zoom call with Public Works along with the traffic consultant KOA to discuss existing and future traffic counts. Our traffic consultant provided proposed mitigation measures, which were subsequently reviewed and approved by Public Works, which will also include enhanced mitigation measures such as revised striping and modification to signal lights at Las Tunas and Santa Anita Street. Our consultants are actively preparing street improvement plans as well as traffic signal, signage, and striping plans. The noise study. This report has been completed and determined there are no significant impacts. The air quality greenhouse gas studies, this report has also been completed and determined there are no significant impacts. We completed the first DRC meeting last month, Monday, March 22nd. Following the meeting, the design team incorporated all of the DRC feedback items discussed, as well as enhance the overall project to make it a more cohesive community project and better serve the medical community. As a follow-up to the initial DRC meeting, we requested and had a follow-up meeting on Monday, March 29th via Zoom with the design team, myself, Matt Chang, and the city architect, Dale Brown. We presented the revised site plan and received positive feedback. Matt and Dale did offer a couple more recommendations, which had been included in the set of drawings you will be viewing tonight. And on April 12th of this year, we had our first Planning Commission review of our project. All of their comments are also incorporated in the updated renderings, which we refer to as Proposal 2, as well as the site plan. Next slide, please. On slide 7. Slide 7 is proposal number 1 that we prepared for you last time. On this slide, you will see the rendering we prepared and submitted to this commission on March 22nd of 2021. This rendering is at the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita Street, looking down Santa Anita, and you can see the existing medical office building. Next slide, please. Slide 8, proposal 1 as well. This slide is another rendering we prepared and submitted previously to this commission last month. This rendering is looking north up Santa Anita Street, as well as westerly looking down Padilla. This also gives perspective to the visitors departing the hospital, heading north onto Santa Anita Street. Next slide, please. Slide 9. Here are the DRC comments received on March 22nd, 2021 meeting. Based on the DRC meeting, we wanted to recap the feedback we received from the commissioners, Matt Chang and the city architect, Dale Brown. The project should address the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita Street as the gateway to the Mission District and Medical Zone. Raise the building to address the street elevations, provide greater retail visibility and pedestrian accessibility. Address access from the bus stop in front of the hospital and hospital access at Padilla. Provide a more open and inviting streetscape along Santa Anita and Las Tunas. This will encourage pedestrian circulation on the site. Enhance the retail and food service fast casual dining visibility, accessibility, and connection to the streets. Provide signage opportunities for retail success. Also determine wayfinding signage as well as parking garage signage. Next slide, please. Slide 10. Here are the design team solutions. The design team has responded and enhanced the project and elevations based on our previous meeting. Proposal 2, we raised the building up to be at the same elevation with the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita. In Proposal 2, we stepped the building with grade changes along Santa Anita. All building entrance levels are accessible from the adjacent sidewalks in Proposal 2. Proposal 2 brings fast casual food service experience to the sidewalk edge and opens up interior spaces to address exterior pedestrian vistas and automobile traffic. Proposal 2 addresses the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita by reducing the second floor spatial encroachment and matches the first floor footprint. The corner second floor revisions create a large two-story patio space that addresses the corner and provides a gateway not only to the Mission District and medical community, but the retail and food court experience. Proposal 2 creates retail and fast casual food service sign opportunities and entries that address pedestrian activity and view from passing automobiles. Proposal 2 is a design for retail success. Next slide, please. Slide 11, patio images. On this slide, we illustrate how we have responded to the DRC feedback. You will see in the top left-hand corner image, this is along Santa Anita looking into the fast casual food service. We provide the same elevation entrance from the street into the open air dining experience. On the bottom left corner of this slide, this is looking further up the street, and we maintain the same elevation at the entrance to ensure retail success and great pedestrian and automobile visibility. On the right side of the slide are the inspiration images to provide reference of how the open air, fast casual dining experience will be enjoyed by the tenants and community. Next slide, please. Slide 12, patio images. On this slide, on the left-hand corner, you can see the overall image on Santa Anita. This also further illustrates how the grade elevations have been addressed based on the DRC feedback. The other images on this sheet provide reference to the inspiration to the open air experience for everyone to enjoy. Next slide, please. Slide 13. This is the revised rendering, Proposal 2. Here you have the updated rendering. This is at the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita. Next slide, please. Slide 14. This is the other revised rendering, Proposal 2. This is the updated rendering from Santa Anita Street looking north. Next slide, please. Slide 15. This is the enlarged updated rendering for proposal number 2. This is located at the corner of Santa Anita and Las Tunas. You will notice again that we have updated the design to ensure that the street grade is the same as the building entrance, thus creating greater visibility for the pedestrians, automobiles, and tenants. This creates a great transition into the district. Next slide, please. Slide 16. This is the rendering comparison of 2016 versus 2021. This is at the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita. On the bottom of this slide, you will see the previously approved project in 2016. On the top of this slide, you will see the 2021 revised rendering, proposal number 2. Next slide, please. Slide 17. This is the rendering comparison 2016 versus 2021. This is on Santa Anita Street looking north. On the bottom of this slide, you will see the previously approved project in 2016. And on the top of the slide, you will see the 2016 revised rendering, proposal number 2. Next slide, please. Slide 18. Here is the rendering comparison of proposal 1 that you previously reviewed and the updated rendering, proposal number 2. This is at the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita. On the top of the slide is proposal 1, you viewed on March 22nd. On the top of the slide is proposal number 2. On this slide, we can compare the updated proposal based on the feedback and direction received from the DRC at the last meeting. We have addressed the building elevation. Now the visitors enter the building from the street at the same elevation. There is no longer a sunken plaza. Now this elevation has been changed. Now that the elevation has been changed, the indoor-outdoor flow has been addressed. Architecturally, we have also improved the design aesthetics. The upper fascia has been pulled back to reduce the height on the corner. We added signage opportunities for tenant success, alternate material added to break up the building mass at the central portion of the building along Santa Anita elevation. You will also notice that the second floor at the corner has been pulled back to create greater visibility. Additionally, you will notice that the landscaping has also been enhanced. Next slide, please. Slide 19. On this slide is the corner rendering comparison. This is looking north along Santa Anita Street. The bottom is proposal number 1, and at the top of the slide is proposal number 2. We have created greater visibility for the pedestrian entrance along Santa Anita into the medical building. The fast casual dining experience is now the same level as Santa Anita Street. The landscaping has also been enhanced. Next slide, please. Slide 20. This is the footprint comparison from 2016 versus 2021. The yellow color you see in the footprint is the 2016 approved project, whereas it extended further than our proposed footprint. The yellow and black crosshatch lines with the green background, or maybe teal, represents the footprint of the proposed project we are submitting before you. The building footprint has been repositioned to create greater setbacks from Las Tunas Drive and Santa Anita Street. The increased setback has also created greater line of sight visibility at the corner of Las Tunas and Santa Anita, as we mentioned earlier. Additionally, we have repositioned the footprint to increase the side yard setback from the westerly adjacent commercial building, commonly known as Newport Seafood Restaurant. We increased this setback by an additional 10 feet. The light blue color you see is the open air fast casual dining area. Next slide, please. Slide 21, the site plan. We feature both retail spaces along Las Tunas and fast casual restaurants on Santa Anita Street. The project is served with a parking structure for 339 vehicles, and visitors will enter the structure on Padilla Road. The original design that was approved by the City and Public Works included ingress and egress driveway on Santa Anita on Las Tunas. We have created an ingress-only driveway for deliveries and have also pulled the driveway back 20 feet from the corner intersection. This will eliminate any traffic entering back onto Las Tunas. The side yard of the parking structure will include long-term lockers for employees and physicians. Inside the parking structure will be short-term bicycle racks. The trash enclosure is accessed via the delivery drive off Las Tunas, and the disposal and recycle containers will be in the enclosed trash enclosure, not visible from the street or pedestrians. The side yard has a landscape buffer with mature 24-inch box trees with root bearers. The species will be approved by the city landscape architect. On the right side of this sheet is a legend of the fill pattern. The gray color represents the building footprint. The white color is the parking structure. The tan crosshatched color represents the open air fast casual food center. The yellow is the covered patio area for visitors and tenants. Green is the landscape. On our site plan, on the bottom of the slide, we also graphically show the street closure at Padilla Road. It is a landscape buffer with an elevated emergency vehicle curb identical to the one approved and conditioned with the original project in 2016. Next slide, please. Slide 22. This is the circulation site plan. Based on our last meeting, the commission asked that we look at circulation. On this slide, we have illustrated how visitors, staff, and community will be able to access the project. The blue lines depict the exterior path of travel. On the top of the page, two paths of travel are shown to accommodate mass transit riders. One will serve as the path from the bus stop directly above the hospital. This is the eastbound Metro Express 487 and Metro Local 78. On the top of the slide of Las Tunas is the other bus stop directly above our project. This is the westbound Metro Express 487 and Metro Local 78. On the bottom of the page is the path of travel to the existing medical office building to the south of our project and the crosswalk which leads to the hospital. The purple lines depict the interior path of travel. These lines depict how visitors from the street level enter into the retail, restaurants, and medical office building. Inside the parking structure, we also depict how those in the structure will enter into the building. Next slide, please. Slide 23, inspiration photos. We have included inspiration photos that depict the previously approved project on the bottom of the slide, the community hospital across the street, the adjacent medical building to the south of our project, which is in the middle of the slide, and the colors and textures that can be found within the area. Next slide, please. Slide 24. Inspiration photos. On this slide are inspiration photos which introduce thoughtful elements that talk to the community, colors, and textures. We also want to introduce the indoor-outdoor fast casual dining experience for the tenants, hospital community, and City of San Gabriel residents. On the bottom of this slide is the architectural elevation along Santa Anita Street. Next slide, please. Slide 25. Public art inspiration. The team has begun the process of developing a public art program. On this slide are examples of public art for the community enjoyment. The team has started the process of identifying the locations within the project for the proposed artwork. We are also now starting the careful process of identifying the artisans that can design and commission the public art that will deliver the meaningful message at this gateway project into the medical community. Next slide, please. Slide 26. Signage inspiration. From our last meeting with the commission, we have listened to you as well as Matt Chang and Dale Brown. You conveyed that we should begin to develop our signage program. We have begun developing inspiration photos to tell the story to the commission and community. On this slide are examples of signage. We are mindful and will further enhance wayfinding signage for the visitors to access not only the building, but the parking structure. We intend to further develop the signage package for everyone's review and approval. The signage program will encompass the building signage, tenant signage, address, parking structure, and wayfinding. Next slide, please. Slide 27. Building elevation and signage locations. Here you will see the architectural elevations of both Las Tunas and Santa Anita. We have also included on the bottom of the slide a sampling of the materials that will be utilized in our project. It will be a mix of ACM metal, non-reflective silver color panels, horizontal metal panels with wood grain, clear glass, non-vision white spandrel glass. This will be located between the different floor flags. EPIS with smooth texture at multiple locations with either a walnut, terracotta, or white color. EPIS is an exterior insulated finishing system. On the Las Tunas elevations, we provide reference to the adjacent buildings outlined in a gray color, which include the Newport Seafood Restaurant and the two-story office building. The parking structure sits back from Las Tunas 212 feet or just 70 yards or 3/4 of a football field. With regards to signage, we have begun developing the plan. The red dots are proposed main building signage name and address locations. The purple dots are the proposed retail sign locations. And the blue dots are the direction sign locations. All the signs will be further enhanced with our signage program for your review, for your future review. Next slide, please. Slide 28. Building elevations and signage locations. These elevations are along Padilla Road and the west elevation of the medical office building and parking structure. The blue dots are the directional sign locations. All the signage will be further enhanced with our signage program for future review. Next slide, please. Slide 29. The rendering. This brings us back to the street elevation of Las Tunas and Santa Anita Street. You will notice that the visitors and the community have excellent street access and great line of sight for the automobiles as well. Next slide, please. Site plan. Now to conclude our site plan, which also includes the floor plan of the first floor for your review. Thank you for this opportunity to present our project. We look forward to receiving your feedback and constructing this project as your new anchor to the medical community. I'm here to answer any questions, provide any clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your presentation. And we would like to have the commissioners address the project architect on some of their feedback. So I'll start with Commissioner Cho. You have any question for the applicant?
Yes, I have a couple questions. I think the improvement is really obvious, especially the elevation change on the building grade that actually have a really a seamless connection to the street and sidewalk. I think that is a good, really good improvement. I have a couple questions. First of all, I saw that there's at the beginning of the slide, the applicants state that there has a reduced square footage from the previous approved design scheme that is over 60,000 square foot. I was curious about that because it looks like the footprint only changed like 1,700 height. And I wonder where's this over 60,000 square foot coming from? Second question is that what is the applicant had designed the loading area for the retail? Because I just briefly looking at the floor plan on the presentation, I didn't see where's the loading area for the retail. And the third question is, I do see there's a semi-outdoor space for the restaurants along the Santa Anita street. So because this was really briefly shown on the presentation, I didn't see much of detail about it, especially with those inspiration image. It looks pretty nice. I would just like to see more design detail about those restaurants and my outdoor space. Yeah, that's the end of my question.
Thank you. Commissioner Salo, any question from your end?
No, I just my comments would be that I think last time I had reviewed proposal 1, I had positively received it, and I thought that there were a few sites in the city where a building of this size and design were appropriate. I thought this was one of them, so I continue to believe that. I think what they've come back with at the ground floor is great. They really took the commission's comments to heart, and the questions that I had last time was how they were going to bridge the gap between what was being presented at the ground floor and the inspiration images, and what I see today is a big step in the right direction. So I look forward to seeing that indoor-outdoor play at the eating area continue to develop further. I think it's going to be a nice design at the ground level. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadoni?
I just have one question. By raising the sunken first floor, which thank you very much, that definitely improves the project. Did that increase the height of the building at all? And that's my only question.
You can answer that question, the applicant.
Okay, great, absolutely. Yes, Commissioner, we did not raise the building height. We accomplished it by addressing the grade within the building. There's steps in the slab, but there's no grade steps from the sidewalk going into the building now. And we didn't raise the floor plate heights or the height of the building. And if you like, I can answer the other Commissioner her three questions.
Go ahead.
The reduction in square footage is the originally approved project had the main office building, or medical office building, having 2 full levels of subterranean under the building. We have been able to eliminate those 2 levels below the building. So now the project is parked only within the parking structure. The second question she had was the loading for the retail. We are providing an ingress delivery off of Las Tunas. There's a delivery roll-up door in the driveway for the purpose to serve the retail and restaurants, as well as for our trash service, which would be in the early hours. And then the third question she had was she would like to better see the outdoor dining. And that, if Matt would like to, he can go back to slide 11, which further, I think that's probably the best current rendering we have, which shows the outdoor dining experience along Santa Anita, where the street level looking into the dining area. It's the two renderings on the left-hand side of the slide on slide 11. The food court will be enhanced with what you see on the top left-hand corner is looking into the fast casual dining. And those glass doors, those are nano doors, which open up completely to the street. So when we have our nice California weather, we'll be able to open all those doors open. And that way the pedestrians or vehicles traveling up and down San Diego, they're going to be able to look right into this building. Only a portion of the glass doors are opened up in the top slide, but all those doors will open up.
Are those pocket doors that it actually stack?
Yeah,
they'll
correct. They'll stack together.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. So I hope you answered some of the question to the commissioner. Next one would be Vice Chair Romo. Your question to the applicant before we comment on it.
I'd like to get see examples of how that corner pillar has worked successfully with other buildings. I'm used to seeing buildings that kind of without those pillars, I should say, with that massing on top. So one question there. Another question is regarding the separate, are you going to have a separate address for the medical building? So those are my two questions for the applicant.
No problem. So your second question is, well, both are pretty straightforward. So to address the address, the project will have an address of 508 Las Tunas. That'd be one address for the whole project. The second question was the columns. The columns that you see outside the building, those are structural columns which are cladded with ACM, a metal panel, in its current design. We need that to support the upper third floor, fourth, and fifth floor.
Yes, I realize that there are support panels, but I'd like to see if you can email staff images of where they have worked successfully in a retail environment or a retail restaurant environment, something that's pedestrian friendly. That's where my question is going to.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can, no problem.
Okay. I guess my question is that the grade change from Las Tunas down to the 2nd Street, the grade change is about what, 4 or 5 feet at least?
4.5 feet.
4.5 feet, yeah. So you try to make up you try to step the entrance level down at the food court, and so you pick up about maybe 2 feet down to the middle level and pick up 2 foot down to the final entrance to the south, right? that's pretty much how you solve that
Yes.
grade change difference. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's and you try to work that into some kind of landscaping planter maybe through that curvature wall to accommodate that grade change. Is that if that's
Well, yeah, I mean, we have the landscaping is to soften the hardscapes from the pedestrians, but the pedestrians can also walk down the public street to the next opening, which is the next retail space, or they can walk down the stairs. We provide accessible entrance at every opening from the street.
Sure. I mean, the idea is great. It's just that I want to make sure that all the ADA concerns through those grade changes are accommodated, and I'm sure you need to work those out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think the concept is good. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any further questions. So that's pretty much, we have the question and answer period. Now we go into our comments, and I like to have the applicant listen to the comments at this time. If there is any further improvement that they can see, or how do they feel that you are moving in the right direction. So I'll start with Commissioner 2 again.
We are only given comments on this time, right? We are not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not approving it yet. It's not a full presentation, but I think it helped them based on even the first round, the first round improvement. They heard the comments, they addressed it, and you can see some improvement already. So I think they just want to see if they are going the right direction. So go ahead and tell them how you feel about the overall project. It's not approval time yet. No.
Okay, I think, yeah, from the last meeting, a lot of the issue was about the grading height and with the sunken retail that is not really helpful for the retail. I thought this main concern has been addressed, and I look forward to seeing a more detailed design about this retail interface. I think the design is actually going to a right direction. Thank you for the effort the applicant put in to have a really fast turnaround design for the commission to review. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Salo, your comment.
Yeah, definitely. I think the applicant team definitely heading in the right direction, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the inspiration images in the retail area really flesh itself out. And I would love to see those walls disappear as much as possible. I've seen that in places before where it's done successfully, and it really creates a nice indoor-outdoor environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nadoni, your feeling on the project?
Yeah, I concur with the other commissioners. And I look forward to seeing something a little bit bigger than the 4x6 inch on my laptop.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Romo.
I guess I still have issues with the design. This is the first 5-story building on Las Tunas Boulevard in San Gabriel. And when you look at the adjoining cities, I think I'm hard pressed to also find a 5-story building in the adjoining cities. So I think that since that's the case, having architectural excellence, we're setting the bar here. And, you know, to me, the building still feels very much like an Orange County building, not a San Gabriel Valley building. I believe that the sidewalks along Santa Anita are going to be colored and textured with the terracotta pigmentation in the concrete. If so, if that's as per the city's guidelines, and I think that the building should kind of flow nicely with that color palette that's going to be on the sidewalk. I also have concerns regarding the building address because the majority of the people going to the building are going to be for the medical office use, and that's where the greatest square footage of the building is going to be. With an address of 508 West Las Tunas, you're going to have people being confused with their wayfinding apps on their phone. If they're traveling by bus or by car, that's going to be an issue. So if the majority of people are coming to this address for a medical use, then I think you need some type of an entrance for your medical use on Las Tunas to avoid confusion. And people can get confused when they're dealing with one language. We have a multi-ethnic community with people speaking a variety of languages. So the easier you make it for people, it's going to be a little better for them to understand the building, patronize the medical office or retail or what have you. Those are my main comments. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Vice Chair. My read is this. I think overall it's a medical office building. It's MOT. Most MOTs are made more like a hospital, which is not what I like to see. I saw some excitement from your project. You try to make it a little bit more pedestrian friendly. You cut all the key things about working through that public art opportunity with dining, with open dining, with a healing garden landscaping. I think all of these can work together, and that's badly needed in the community. Most of the doctors that practice in St. Gabriel Hospital do not have a good place to eat or to shop. They go to the hospital, do the job, do the great work, and then move on. If they have the opportunity, I'm sure they will enjoy that. All the patient's family, when they go visit their loved ones in the hospital, probably have an hour or two to waste while they're waiting for the next pickup. They can again use your facility if it's done right. So I would definitely want to see some more effort on your art, your signage, your wayfinding signage, the healing garden part, and your dining part to make it a little bit more exciting and more pedestrian and user friendly. So that besides just taking the parents to see the doctor, then they disappear. The young one that take them there can in fact enjoy a cup of coffee, some food downstairs while they're waiting for that appointment. Is the ideal situation when it's happen. So respond to Vice Chair Ramos saying about it still look very much like Orange County. To some degree it is. So you may want to, I already see you tone down a little bit from a high-end, high-tech type of IT building feel. But having some, maybe using some wood material, or at least a wood look material at the landscape area may be better. Those columns, maybe through some artwork that make it a little bit more friendly. at the entrance, instead of having a Lucaban high-end reflective silver column, which is very, very anti human scale. So I would those are my comments, but I think the project is in the right direction. It's looking a lot better than the first time I saw it, and I think you have some of the comments from the committee, and hopefully you can take that to heart and further refine it. I think it's is in the right direction that you're going. Any
Matt,
question? Yeah.
Matt, would you mind going to slide 29? Chair, would you mind if I ask the Romo a question?
Sure, please go ahead. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
You want to show 29, right?
Yeah, I wanted to go to 29, but I also wanted to ask and respond to Commissioner Romo's some of her comments.
Yes.
With regards to address, we are very open to the idea of changing the address to Santa Anita. If that is the direction that the staff would like and the commission would like, we would have no problem changing our address to Santa Anita, if that's the direction that you would like to see.
Have you checked the number on Santa Anita if you were to change it? I think.
Yeah, this would be because the next block, the other adjacent 4-story medical building is in the 200s. So this would be probably like a 101 South Santa Anita. As an example, it would be an odd number, and it would be in the 100 block.
Matt, would the address of the building be in the public works jurisdiction? Do they do?
Yes, Chairman Chen. So for addressing, you should be handled in-house with staff level type of review. You'll be handled by our public works department. And typically, the council, the commissions, they don't get involved with the addressing. And I know there's different kind of side of a argument for addressing, whether you want to emphasize on Las Tunas, because this is a gateway, an important project on Las Tunas. So some property owner or business owner, they might like to use the Las Tunas address for identification. So staff feel comfortable that if the addressing could be addressed in a staff level with the staff as well as public works department.
Yeah. So you may want to look into the, I don't know whether you just want to identify the building with 508, or you're going to be coming with a more pedestrian-friendly name of a medical center, being the third sister building to St. Gabriel Medical Center. You may want to look into that so that the residents can relate that, oh, that is the St. Gabriel Medical Office Tower, whatever it may be. I think that would give you a little bit more relationship to the St. Gabriel Medical Center and to the city of St. Gabriel than just a 508 building. I'm sure your business planning department and working with the city and working with the medical community, both to your east and to your south, I'm sure you should be able to find something that is a little bit more friendly than just a number.
Okay. To also address one of Romo's other comments with regards to our project being a 5-story building, the hospital across the street is also a 5-story building. With regards to the colors and textures, we do have as you can see on slide 29, we do have a wood grain texture, which you see in the center of the building and also horizontally between the first and second floors. The concrete or hardscape material on site, it is a terracotta color. Since we will be replacing the city sidewalks around the project, we can pour the city sidewalks whatever color the commission would like. And the column on the corner, we can address that as well.
Yeah, I think that would be a good direction. I think that silver shiny metal column may be a little bit more opposing than inviting. So you may want to kind of take a look at that and find something. That may be a good area where some of your public art can go in there. With your art.
Correct. We were just talking about that. So yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah. I mean, I would create that yard that you see. This is I really wish to see the kind of activity like this at that corner, if at all possible. Because these are the family of the patients in the San Gabriel Hospital. These are the doctors during lunchtime going across the street, nurses going across the street, and patients' family enjoying that area. That's exactly what we are hoping to see this kind of activity, if it is successful. So, yeah, I think you got enough information to look at that. Try to work that healing environment, landscaping, art, all roll into one will probably be the best solution you can come up with to maximize this space, to make it friendly.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further input from anybody? Staff or city architect? I'm sure you guys have seen it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
we don't have any comments either, other than we feel again they've moved the project forward in a very strong way, and have addressed the commission comments and the items that we've discussed in meetings with them since the last commission meeting.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate that. Matt, any further comment?
Thank you for everyone for providing the comments. We really appreciate the opportunity, so we can continue to make progress and hopefully bring this project back to your for your consideration next time.
Wonderful. No, this will be a nice project once it's all put together. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. I want to thank the applicant for bringing it up and working so diligently. Item number 5, comment from the planning manager. Samantha, you have anything for us?
No comments this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner comments. Any conference meeting report? You attended any meetings at all? Or you have this opportunity to share with them? Yes. Vice Chair Rom.
Not necessarily about conferences, but I just wanted to ask staff if there are plans within the near future to have us meeting back at City Hall once COVID is under a little bit more control and more people are vaccinated. I think tonight's a perfect example of the limitations of meeting online. So want to hear from you.
At this time, to staff's knowledge, the city is still following county regulations as far as when it's going to be determined to have the building opened up to the public again. At the moment, administration is tentatively looking at around July, either late June or early July, for a slow reopening of the building.
So that's pretty much when the city council meeting started to open in person. I think the commission meeting will follow, I'm sure.
Yes.
So yeah, okay. So we maybe just a couple of weeks and we can see each other in real person. That's great. Thank you for that comment and that question. And I there are a certain amount of frustrations, especially seeing the actual sample of the material. Those are the tough ones. you know, the computer never show you the real thing, and you never get to see it, touch it, and feel it. So it's not the same. So those are good comments. Thank you. We all look forward to be able to come back in real life, to go back to the old normal. All right. Anything else from any other commissioners? If not, then we will adjourn the Design Review Commission meeting to the regular meeting of the Design Review Commission on Monday, May 24th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. At this time, it's at City Hall, but I don't think with City Hall yet. We'll probably do it by Zoom, but maybe in July, we may be able to in City Hall. So that's great. So I want to thank all of you for attending and for your great work. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, staff, for all the great work. Appreciate that.